Check, check. Jackie, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you just fine.
You see us okay in here too?
Yes, you're kind of blurry. So yes, now you're zoomed in and I see you better.
Okay.
Yes, I hear you just fine.
You see us okay in here too?
Yes, you're kind of blurry. So yes, now you're zoomed in and I see you better.
Okay.
Testing.
One moment. Gotta add a mouse. All right, Jackie, let's say the unmute command, and then we'll do audio check one more time.
Let's start recording. Yeah, we're still testing audio. Thank you. Okay, Travis. Gary, can you try to unmute yourself?
Yeah, it's still not letting me. Can you try to hit those three dots and uncheck the mute all participants?
I do.
Okay, yeah, that looks good. And then on BHQ conference room 1009.
I did unmute all. Ask all to mute. I hear somebody.
Yeah, let's try on VHQ directly.
BHQ.
Yeah, send the ask to unmute.
Ask to start video.
Do you want me to unmute?
It'll be, and then we're getting audio from Steve Connell feed.
No, we're not.
Oh, he just turned it off. So just, yeah, right there where it says ask to unmute.
Okay.
Let me see
where'd
if
it
that, yes, I see the message on my screen now.
go? Okay. At this point, I'm just gonna leave it off for everyone.
Okay, did you go ahead
Are
and
you
hit that?
okay here? Can you hear us now?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, let's
Okay.
make sure this.
Oh, let me-
Gary, did you want to test your audio?
Oh, so we're gonna use the audio from 10:09, so that there's no feedback. We're gonna leave Judy's mic off, and
Okay.
it's only gonna be camera for hers.
Okay, no problem.
So that does mute it.
All right, Jackie, I'm gonna count to 10 and I'm gonna mute myself on a physical button while I'm doing part of it.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3. Did you lose any numbers?
Yep, after 3.
Okay, perfect. So the physical mute in these rooms is shutting off audio.
It's
So
like the old phone mute.
yeah, so if this is red. Okay, so great. So when we have the red button, we are not transmitting any audio. Okay, I think we're good on an audio check in here. I'll go
All
ahead
right.
and I'm just going to physically mute the phone, but leave myself unmuted on Zoom.
Okay, so I'm just letting you guys know I'm going to start the recording now.
So
Roger that.
Okay.
312. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, that is perfect. Perfect, thank you. That's perfect.
I kept doing the math.
Okay.
So I added, you mentioned that add something about construction fees.
Yeah.
Construction fees were
There's like 4 of them where I need her interpretation.
material cost, equipment, and labor.
Yeah, I know they've been going up here.
to a question to the general counsel, so just be aware.
Okay. And your finger on it. Okay.
Thanks, Travis.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Direct President Bowley.
Hey, it's Powers.
Audio
Hey,
check.
can you come down?
Audio check, District Secretary.
Hear you loud and clear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Quick question.
Ready when you are, President Foley. Okay.
Wonderful. Now we can unmute ourselves. All right.
There you go.
Wonderful. Super. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of July 22nd, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-0821, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. The meeting is being live streamed and can be watched via BART.gov, and the presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. And for our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on the item is announced. And when it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. Again, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute yourself. And then comments which have been received via email have been provided to the board and will be included as a permanent part of this meeting record. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Ames,
Sure. Technical difficulties, thank you.
Director Dufty,
Here.
Director Lee,
Here.
Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Unmute. Here.
Director Saltzman,
Here.
Director Simon. We're gonna get this together. Got it. That was a here.
That is a year I've unmuted, and I'm also having a little bit of technical difficulties, District Secretary.
So
So
just, I'm going to tell you guys all what's going on in a minute. Director Allen.
no, but that's fine.
Here.
President Foley.
Here.
So let me just tell you all what's going on. We're running two platforms because we have none of the regular technology that we had with our boardroom, being that we're remote and we just moved. So we're running multiple platforms. So we had to mute everyone coming into this meeting. So now that you're all unmuted, you can mute and unmute yourselves. So now you should all be fine.
Good.
So just to let you know, Madam Secretary, I muted myself a moment ago and I couldn't unmute once I did that.
Okay.
So we might run into those challenges along. So while we're working, oh, go ahead, Madam Secretary. All right, let's move on to B, the Pledge of Allegiance. Assuming Director McPartlin can unmute, if you would lead us in the pledge, I would be greatly appreciative.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the ability to do that. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America
to the republic
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director McPartlin. Item 1C, introduction of special guests. I'm actually aware of two special guests that are joining us today. Those two folks are Catherine Newman, who's the Vice Chair of the Bond Oversight Committee. So I wanted to welcome Catherine. Thank you for joining us this morning. And I'd also like to introduce Jody Barrett, one of our own, our BART train operator, who will be gracing us with some eloquent words and a poem in a few minutes. So I appreciate that. Are there any additional guests joining us today that we're aware of? Seeing none. All right, let's move on to our next item. So there's a little bit of a rearrangement of the agenda for this morning. We're going to move the consent calendar up. So we'll take that first. Then we will go to the board matters, the bond update, and then we're going to turn to 11B, which is our audit committee public member appointments. And at that point, we'll resume our normal published agenda. So with that,
I'd like to move for approval on the consent calendar.
I'll second.
thank
I would
you.
like to actually pull an item.
Which item?
Actually, it doesn't need to be voted on separately. I just have some questions on, I believe it's F, the Contra Costa core team.
Why don't we go ahead and, as we've moved and seconded, go ahead and ask your question, Director Allen, please.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to move through the screens here. So I guess I was just a little surprised since this is my district and this core team does do, run through my district as well as yours and Director Salzman's, President Foley. I was a little surprised to see that 2 people cost $350,000. And because I actually went out and spent some time with the core team, and what I learned then is that these were contracted workers. They're not really county employees, they're contracted workers. And they did share with us, the amount of money that they make, which, I believe that was not enough for what they were doing. But I'm just wondering if anyone at BART has actually looked to, the county, maybe internal audit has looked at the costs of this team, because we're now being asked to spend a lot more on it, $294,000 with very little grant money. And then that's one question, and staff can get back to me later on this, but the second part is at the bottom of page 1 of the EDD. It says that staff tracks progress and successes and receives monthly reports, which is great. I'm wondering if that data and information in detail can be shared with us, because the only information I see in this EDD is that 618 people were directed to services. And I'm more interested in how many of those people accepted services, how many went into permanent placements and things like that, which it seems as though we are from the EDD tracking. And then the final thing is this contract, it seems the contract is over at the end of fiscal year 22, which we are in. And at that point, do we replace the core team with our crisis intervention specialists, or what is the plan? Do we plan to continue this operation in Contra Costa?
So good morning, Director Allen. Michael Jones, Deputy General Manager. I'll try to add, and I have Daniel Cooperman, who's our new homeless outreach person here. So we'll try to answer him in reverse order. So Daniel is committed to Bob and I that he's looking at all of the relationships, whether it be Contra Costa Core, Urban Alchemy, all of those, and to make sure we're getting the best value for the output. Secondly, we do get detailed data from Contra Costa County, and we can certainly share that with you. And then the first question on financing.
The cost.
I think we're at 316,000, and we will take the opportunity to get back to you on the specifics of that question.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you addressing those things.
Sure.
Thank you, Director Allen. Are any other board comments? Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, well, let's go to the vote then, please.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartland,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes, District Secretary, I'm having my own technical difficulties, so I will be also struggling a bit during the first part of the meeting until I get my internet figured out. But yes, that's a vote yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Just go ahead and text me during the meeting and I'll record it verbally live.
Okay, thank you.
Director Allen,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, let's now turn to board matters, item 2. I believe it's 2, actually, I think it's 3. Shortly after I was elected as the BART board president, I asked staff to provide an appropriate venue for the board to celebrate the lost lives of BART staff members, both active and retired. And BART, we're fortunate. We have an abundance of talent that extends well beyond the craft of operating a railroad. Alicia Trost recommended that we have one of our own frontline employees who could deliver an artistic expression that would be representative of those talents. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to Jody Barrett. Jody is a train operator who began her career at BART in 1995. She's been a train operator now for 25 years. She operates our revenue trains late night for many years. And for the last 10 years, she's been serving as a yard operator in Daly City. So Jody has a creative side as an artist, a baker, photographer, and a writer. Her gourmet pastries often fed the control center, delivered by train. She painted the art murals on the walls of the well-known Walnut Creek restaurant. And her art has been on t-shirts and a bit of swag for the International Rail Rodeo team. So thank you for that. So please help me in welcoming BART's own Jody Barrett as she honors her coworkers, both past and present, with a poem in recognition. So Judy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This poem I wrote is called In Honor Of. In honor of. BART is its people, a reflection of the Bay Area. There is so much history here, and we are a part of it. Our daily tasks and understanding of them comes from someone who touched us, taught us, and encouraged us to become confident and competent enough to pass it on. Families were created here, and many of their children are making their own way. We get to see each other grow. During all the historical events and changes, BART kept the heart of the Bay Area beating because of its essential component, the people who keep it alive and running. We may not have all of their names engraved on a plaque or monument, but we see their faces and remember their voices. Every task we work on or project we complete, every key on and end of line announcement, the endless faces walking by our booths or knocking on our windows, the checking to see if the always needed clerk is in, every radio transmission, listening to who the patiently problem-solving coworker is in the tower, and just knowing that there is someone there to help or answer our questions. All these things remind us we are connected in a place that is always moving. But most of all, the laughter and sharing stories, meals, and special days, leaving tired but grateful to the ones we knew when, who made this place and our way through it easier. And to be a part of this system, our work, BART, the district, these are the real-time memorials. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Wonderful words. I truly appreciate you writing that for us in recognition of our family. So thank you for that. Oh, wonderful.
President Foley, we have a public speaker.
We do? Thank you.
Alita, you may address the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. This is a great surprise. That it emphasizes, exemplifies the idea that BART is about people. And BART is a railroad, but it's more than that. And I talk a lot about railroading, but I'm sure you've seen in my various letters to you that I've shared about other things, about me eating oysters on the half shell in Grand Central Terminal, located in New York City, and classical music, and the fact that I can ride BART wearing a skirt. I just want to say that I feel like we're starting off this day with this testimony from our esteemed guest. It really says one thing. This emphasizes what I've been saying for so long, that BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. I much appreciate your words of wisdom. Thank you. All right, so with that, are there any additional public comments?
There is not.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So let's turn it to our bond update, folks, and they're going to provide us with an update on the Safety, Reliability, and Traffic Relief Program, Measure RR.
Thank you, President Foley. Presenting today are Sylvia Lamb, Jamal Thomas, Vicki Tan, Maceo Wiggins, Veronica Thomas, and Carl Hunt. And with no further.
Great. Thank you, directors. Sylvia Lamb, Assistant Chief Engineering Officer. And we're pleased to bring you an update of the RR program, which is similar to something we gave you a year ago.
The district secretary.
And this is pretty close to what we give the oversight committee, and we gave them most recently in June. So this is the agenda for today. Next slide. So through May, we've expended about $945 million. That is about 27% of our budget, and we've completed 29% of the work. So we think we're doing pretty good. The successes are definitely our track and interlocking projects. We're doing enough of these now that we're getting pretty good at them, or really good at them. The other successes are our power renovation programs, 34.5. You heard before about the M-Line project where we were able to accelerate that schedule during the COVID, and also the San Francisco Market Street escalator, as well as awarding 4 agreements to Link 21. I want to draw your attention to the bottom row. This is something that we review with the Oversight Committee each quarter. This tells you which projects and how many projects are in each phase of a project life cycle. We have a total of 151 projects. That's 4 more than when we gave you this presentation a year ago. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jamal Thompson.
Good morning, directors. My name is Jamal Thompson. I am the RR program manager. Next slide, please. Next. So what you see here is a breakdown of the types of projects and planned investments by district. Investments are greater in districts 3, 4, and 7 because these districts represent the portions of the system that require the most work. They also include projects that take place system-wide, for example, our 34.5 kV cable replacement projects, but the majority of work occurs in these districts, so their budgets are counted here. Next slide, please. This fiscal year, we made significant progress on our RR projects. This map highlights the projects we completed in fiscal 2021. As you can see, we completed work on 18 projects, which is a significant accomplishment. Oh. We lost our screen here. While that's coming back, just to highlight a few projects that we completed work on 3 interlocking replacements. We capitalized on extended blanket hours to complete work on projects like our coverboard enhancement ahead of schedule. And we completed the renovation of a station.
Next slide.
Next slide.
The audience is still seeing it all.
Oh.
Okay, I'll be right back. Keep going. Keep going.
Keep going.
All right. I'm just gonna, okay, I'll keep going. All right, so now we're going to share some details with you about our substation replacement projects. What you see here is an image of the newly installed and commissioned substation near San Leandro Station as it neared completion. This project replaced 45-year-old equipment with modern equipment to enhance staff safety and operational reliability for our riders. The new substation also increases transformer capacity from 3 to 4 megawatts to 5 megawatts. A portable substation. Sorry, this additional capacity will help support future train loads. Great. Next slide. This image shows the substation foundation under construction. The substation is installed in the same footprint as the old substation, and a portable substation was used to support the train operations during construction. Next slide. And here you see one of the 2 5-megawatt rectifier transformers being placed on the foundation. Rectifiers are responsible for converting AC power transmitted to the substations through the 34.5 kV cables to DC power that's used to power the trains. Next slide. The substation equipment replaced includes the items you see listed on the left, and the image shows circuit breakers for power distribution. Work began on the substation replacement in October 2018 and was completed in November 2020. BART and consultant staff from Traction Power Engineering and Maintenance, construction management, and operations liaisons assisted with the project. Next slide. In the image on the left, you see a control and relay metering panel, and on the right is a gas-insulated switchgear used to house a set of circuit breakers like you saw in the image on the previous slide. These are used for power distribution. Next slide. And here we're looking at construction in progress on our new substation at Civic Center. This substation is one of 2 new substations currently under construction in San Francisco to increase capacity for future trains. The other substation is being installed at the Montgomery station location. The installation of this substation is challenging because of the access area to lower the equipment being small in size. It's about 12 feet by 13 feet, which is roughly the size of a small bedroom. The equipment is craned down from the street level through this access point for installation. Next slide. All right, so now we will discuss progress we've made against milestones for each program. These milestones are the same information we presented to the Bond Oversight Committee in June. So first, I want to reacquaint everybody with this slide. There are 8 slides with a similar format, one for each program. In the upper right-hand corner, we provide program financials. The period cash flow represents the money spent since we last met with the board in July of last year. The table below the title provides the progress status of each of the projects within the program. Milestones highlight what has been complete since we last met and what physical work is planned in the coming quarters. The watch list, which is a new item we added since we last met, identifies challenges we are addressing in each program. So for the track program, work has been complete on 7 interlocking replacements, inclusive of 35 turnout replacements. 1 interlocking replacement is currently in progress and 6 interlocking replacements remain, with the interlocking at the main entrance to the Hayward Yard slated to start construction in October. Next slide. On our new power program, work continues on substation replacements and 34.5 kV cable replacements. Next slide. And on our tunnels and structures program, we're making progress on improvements to key safety assets like our safety barriers, aerial fall protection, and our catwalks. Next slide. And on the Renew Mechanical program, we've been able to capitalize on extended blanket hours to complete projects ahead of schedule. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Vicki Tan, who will discuss the remaining programs and our financials.
Good morning, directors. My name is Vicki Tan, Group Manager of Program Management. And next slide, please. So for the train control program, we received the bid for power supply cabinet and switch machine train control cable on May 18, and we are scheduled to take it to the board for recommendation in August. Next slide. For Renew Station, construction of the Union City Station modernization is scheduled to be completed this quarter. Next slide, please. For station access, we have 2 projects scheduled for construction completion this quarter. They are the Warm Spring West Pedestrian Bridge and Plaza project, and also the parking lot reconfiguration at Dublin Pleasanton. Next slide. For relief crowding program, we began the steel erection for the Civic Center Station scissor stairs last quarter, and we have the construction completion schedule for next quarter. Next slide. Okay, now let's look at the financial data. So as Sylvia mentioned earlier, at the end of May, we expended $945.3 million, or equivalent to the 27% of the full $3.5 billion RR program. Our current burn rate is averaging about $33 million per month. This is an upward trend compared to earlier last fiscal year, of which the monthly average burn rate is $25 million per month. And this upward trend is due to more projects progressing from the design phase to the construction phase. So construction phase is where most of the project costs incur because we have more material and equipment and more labor. Next slide. So here we have the chart for Measure RR program, actual versus forecast. So the dotted blue line is the forecast for the third tranche, which tell us that we will spend down our cumulative tranches by March 2023. And the solid orange line is the actual spending, which is slightly higher than the forecast. And this is to be expected since we took a more conservative approach for our forecast, the tranche forecast, because we have to make sure that we can complete the scope of work for the tranches within 3 years. Now I turn it back to Jamal for the earned value.
Thank you, Vicki. Next slide, please. So EVM is our highest level project controls tool. It is a critical tool used to help our project managers ensure projects are progressing as planned. And we also use it as a reporting tool to build confidence that we're spending the public's money as we said we would. I would like to focus your attention on the very bottom of the slide where you'll find definitions for CPI and SPI. CPI indicates how we're performing against the budget, and SPI indicates how we're performing against our planned spending. Next, I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom row in the third column where you'll find the physical percent complete for the overall program. Physical percent complete is a snapshot in time and is a measure of the completed work. As Vicki pointed out on the cash flow slide earlier, the program is currently 27% spent. And at 29 physical percent complete, we are at a point where we are giving the program more scrutiny, but still early enough to course correct if needed. Moving to the far right, we're going to focus now on the CPI and the SPI values. The goal for CPI and SPI is to hover around 1. And as you can see with our CPI at 0.97, we are pretty much on budget. SPI is just below 0.9, but keep in mind, this is a snapshot in time and our estimates to complete and forecast indicate that we're on schedule and on budget. Next slide. So this is a high-level look at the RR program schedule. And as I mentioned earlier, we're still on track to complete the program on time. And I'd like to turn it over to Maceo Wiggins to discuss small business.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this chart is a familiar chart to the board. It's a breakdown of all of our spending. You've seen it several times. It's the same chart we present to the Citizens Oversight Committee. To date, our commitments are about $208 million to small business. That's about 23 million up from where we were talking last year, so over a 10% increase. That's translating to, if you look at the bottom line totals, 811 contracts awarded to date, which is an increase of 179, almost 180 new contracts in the last year, which is indicative of the project work continuing to accelerate to try to keep us on schedule. As we move to the payment side, we see 131 million paid to date to small businesses, which is a $51 million increase. So as a percentage of all our payments, small businesses have received 36% of the percentage of the payments, which is in line with what we showed you last time. So we're tracking, increasing our numbers in contract awards and dollar amount awards, and our payment numbers are tracking pretty consistently, which aligns again with how the project spending and the project plan is also moving pretty consistently. Next slide, please. In the last year, even during COVID, we managed to have 33 outreach meetings, which is a pretty good clip of outreach meetings, either hosted by BART or participated in. So kudos to the project staff and also the OCR team who have been working really diligently to get this information out into the community. One effort that we have coming forward, OCR will be launching a new podcast series, which is response to feedback from the small business community about getting project information at the earliest possible stages out. So Maceo will sit down with Sylvia and Carl and talk about one or two of their big upcoming projects and more of a deep dive that will be more beneficial to small businesses as they start to prepare themselves for a 12-month or a 6-month or an 18-month opportunity going forward. And we'll of course work with communications group to move that forward. But that has come out of our own research with the small businesses as one thing that they would find really valuable is a more in-depth look at the projects very, very early, which makes perfect sense to us. So we'll be kicking that off in the next few months. I would like to turn it now over to Veronica Thomas, our Director of HR, who will be talking about the hiring on the project.
Thank you. Good morning, directors. Veronica Thomas, Human Resources Director. HR is continuing to move forward with filling the remaining vacancies for Measure RR. The data before you represents updates reported at the last Oversight Committee meeting in June. So since this report, we have filled the senior structure engineer vacancy, and there's an offer to be made to the special project tracks and structures position. And we're just waiting confirmation on that. Overall, we've filled 268 of the original 312 positions. And we're continuing to move forward as needs for the project persist. And that completes our recruitment updates.
Next slide.
All right, so looking ahead, we're planning to complete work on 4 projects in fiscal year 22. The A75 interlocking replacement at the north entrance to the Hayward Yard is nearing completion, and construction is in progress on the remaining 3 projects. Additionally, we plan to begin work on several projects in fiscal year 22 as well. 4 of these projects you listed here have already been awarded, and the remaining will be coming to the board room soon. With that, I'll turn it over to Carl Holmes for closing remarks.
So with that, just want to say that in this room, you're seeing representation from a number of departments. So maintenance engineering, design and construction, planning development, Office of Civil Rights, human resources. But what you're not seeing is the other support that's been so instrumental in us being able to give our presentations to the Oversight Committee as well as to the board today. And so that includes procurement, which is instrumental in us getting projects out to the street to advertise, as well as getting them ready for board approval. We also have capital budgets working under Pam Herhold's shop. And then we also have legal, which is necessary for allowing us to work with procurement, getting things ready for advertisement, but also when projects incur issues along the way. District Secretary's office as well, and then the Controller Treasurer's office in terms of procuring the bonds for us to implement these projects. And with that, we'll turn it back over to the President. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
We do.
Thank you.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Very, very good, comprehensive, detailed presentation. Thank you. It's always good to talk about railroading because BART is a railroad. We must never forget that. And I appreciate the technical details, especially when it comes to substations and electricity and wire. We're getting 5 megawatt substation. This is big. You can run a lot of electric stoves and charge cars on that. Civic Center is very, very important. We're showing that we can practice underground substation repair and replacement. Consider M42 in the bottom of Grand Central Terminal, how they were able to put those solid state rectifiers 150 feet below ground. They still have 2 of those rotary machines left for historic preservation. Don't know if we have any of those, but if we do, we should showcase that. And if not, we should talk about substations anyway. So I appreciate Maceo coming in and talk, and I need my clock here, please. I appreciate Maceo coming in and talking about the business aspects. We want to make sure that everybody who is qualified can access this work, regardless of who they are as people. We want to empower people to be able to engage with BART and have careers and make good money, and all kinds of good things. So thank you for bringing this forward. We should do this more, keep the public apprised of these developments and build a railroad that works. So we must never forget that we are a railroad, and we must always remember that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Madam Secretary, do we have any additional public commenters?
We do not.
Thank you. All right. Any board director comments? Any questions for staff?
Yes.
Director Hughes, Director McPartland, and then Director Allen.
I had to find the unmute button. Staff, thank you very much. I really appreciate all the hard work that went into that. I realize that you you compile all that stuff and you give it to us. And it's like drinking out of a fire hose. It's amazing work that you do continuously and getting your brain and your arms around it, and without screwing it up is just absolutely mind-boggling, and I am deeply appreciative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director McPartland. Director Ames?
Thank you. Yes. Okay, this is really impressive. The amount of work the staff is able to do. It just shows how organized and synchronized the teams are within all the different departments. And Maceo had brought up, I guess you're trying to prepare businesses early on to help them bid the project, I suppose. I thought about, is there a way to show the projects that are in design and potential construction in the outer years? Because I recall a lot of businesses and construction contractors and consultants like to see what's ahead. They like to plan ahead, and you might end up getting more activity, more interest, I would say, in bidding the projects if you had put out a future outer year of design and construction beyond what the board sees. We see like the current fiscal year.
Yes, Director, we do that. And so we provide long-term planning and provide that to the contracting community on a regular basis.
Okay, is it possible that the board could see a list of those projects in the outer years? I just think that's really helpful.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, great, that's good, thank you.
Wonderful. If I could, before I turn to Director Allen, would Vice Chair Catherine Newman like to chime in on this?
Good morning. Let's see. Good morning. I can wait till the board finishes asking its questions from staff before I present the annual report.
Okay, super. Thank you. So let me turn it over then to Director Allen and then Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Foley, and thank you, staff, for this presentation. Definitely these presentations are getting better, so I want to thank you very much for the improvements we're seeing. I wanted to just ask one particular, go to one particular slide with a couple of questions, and that's slide 25, I think. It's the one with all the numbers on it. If you can put that back up for me, because I don't have it in front of me. Oh, that's the end. Well, it had a 25 on it. It's the page where you show the CPI, SPI.
Yes, Director.
Yeah, that one. Earned value roll up by program. Thank you. So I'll wait till you get it up there. Oh. Great. So the question I had, a couple of questions here. If you kind of walk through the math of what this report does, it's taking the total planned value, and please correct me if I don't understand this correctly, but this is how I heard it. We're taking the planned value of, let's say, look at the first line, it's 302.08. And is that the planned value as in our original budget for the projects?
Yes, that would be the planned spend up to a specific point in time. Yes.
Oh, up to this point. Okay, and I see it's for the total line item in the RR budget.
That's correct.
Okay, and then we're taking the I guess the earned value is the amount we've spent, correct?
The earned value is the value of the work. So the way that I like to explain it is if you're going to the store to buy an artisan piece of bread and you plan to spend $5, the value of that bread is $5. Now, when you get to the store, it may have cost you $4, it may cost you $6, but the value to you is $5. So that's the value. And we do that by looking at the physical percent complete against the budget.
Okay, so what we plan to spend versus the total amount we plan to spend, what we've planned, what the plan is so far versus, okay. So
What
this
the work is worth.
Yeah, so this isn't really taking into account or does anything on this take into account if we're halfway through a project, let's say we're 50% through the work and we know that we've got overages of 20%, and so then theoretically we're not really 50% through because we got to add another 20% on. Does this calculation take into account at all our projected actual costs at completion versus what we've spent to date?
Yes. So this is a snapshot in time, but using your example, if we were 50% complete for the work, or we thought we were 50% complete, we would do through our project reviews looking at that work. And if it looked like we had more work to do or we were going to need more budget to finish because we didn't have enough budget, then that project's not 50% complete. So we would reduce the amount. So this tells you at a snapshot in time whether we're trending to be on budget and on schedule or not. And then we attach an estimate to complete or an estimate at completion to really tell whether we're going to forecast out. The thing to remember, right, if we're in, say, a $6 billion, $600 million project and we're only into it 10%, if we forecast that we're going to be over by a couple $100,000, we don't just say we're going to be over, we need more money. We say, okay, we've got 90% of the work to do still. How do we mitigate those costs or bring those costs down so that we stay within budget?
Sure. And conversely, when you're at 80% complete,
Right.
you pretty much know where you're going to be at the end.
Exactly.
There's not a lot of mitigation to do at that point.
Exactly, which is why we look at these for trending over months, right? Because we don't want to get to 80% complete and go, oops, right? We should be able to see that as we go through, and that's what we use the earned value management for.
Yeah, and you know, I think I may have said this before, but ideally, you know, I think a better measure of how these projects are doing is not this, you know, large assessment of the entire program, which will go over 20 years, but rather an assessment of what have we completed to date and what has been started, and assess where we are with those things now. And maybe we do both, but you know, I get that there's, you know, another 20 years to this program, and maybe you can figure out how to, if you happen to be over now at only 20% in, that, you know, over all the other projects that haven't started yet, you could sort of figure out how to stay within $3.5 billion. But the information that I'm looking for in oversight of this agency and, you know, sort of my fiduciary obligation is to look at, you know, at points in time, and maybe it's annually. I know that, you know, other agencies do this quite regularly, and but reporting based on, you know, what has been complete, what was the budget, what was the final result, how did we come out, okay? And then take a look at what's in progress, what are the budgets, where do we think they're going to land, are we over under budget at this time, and what's our projection for how it comes out. And I know the projections are always moving, and we kind of went through this discussion with respect to projecting budgets and year-end results last year, but we got there. And I was really proud that BART actually gave us in our budget discussions a projection of where we thought we would be by the end of the year. When you're 3 months away from year end, you should be able to pretty much peg that pretty close. And so that's really what I think the missing piece here is. This picture gives us sort of a 20-year picture, and we're only 5 years in. And so it's really easy to say, as a person who spent my career in construction, it's really easy to say you're on budget and on schedule when you're only, 10% into the program. But I think a deeper look at the projects that are in progress and where those projects are is a better oversight function. So I'll leave it right there. Thanks.
So Director, I appreciate all the comments, and yes, we do look at these on a much more granular level. This is just a roll up for reporting. So we do plan out, like you said, 20 years, but we're not managing out 20 years at a snapshot in time. We are continually managing in the next 3 months, the next 3 quarters, and the next year. And so we are doing those evaluations. And I believe, and we'll talk more about this during our controls presentation later, which I can't wait for. I believe that I have a good understanding of the report, the type of reporting that you're looking for. And we'll discuss that a little bit more later today. But yes, we are doing that as a team. We're doing a granular level down at a project basis. And for instance, before we went through our FY22 budget, or as we did our FY22 capital budget, we did a review of the FY21 budget to look at not only the projects that had closed, but the projects that were ongoing and how they do. So this information, and again, this is a roll up, but there's a lower level that is actually reviewed at an executive level for earned value. Right now, I personally do the review on every project that we're using earned value on to make sure that our projects are progressing the way that they should. So I'm confident right now, but again, as you said, we're very early on in the program, right? So there is a lot that can happen in the next 10 or 15 years. And that's why we're staying on top of it on a monthly and a quarterly basis. But thank you for your questions.
And thank you for that answer. I'm thrilled that there is a lot going on below us. All I'm asking is that I think we deserve to see some of that detail as well. And I hope that we can get to regular board reporting that includes some of that information. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Allen. Let's turn it over to Director Rayburn, followed by Director Duffy.
Thank you, President Foley. This is a tremendous report on the progress made on capital projects at BART during the pandemic. In light of Judy Barrett's poem, In Honor Of, I want to acknowledge the workers who've made this possible. For us to make progress rather than to make excuses is a tremendous accomplishment. And the real heroes are the people who not only showed up every day to manage the projects, but showed up every day to build the projects. These are the heroes. And I feel that it would have been easy to have had excuses at this time, but instead we have a tremendous report to share with the public that shows we've been working hard, making progress, and keeping the economy and the families who depend upon us afloat throughout the pandemic. Good job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Director Duffy.
Thank you. I want to thank Director Rayburn and Director McPartland for their comments. I can't imagine a more difficult year to make the type of achievements that we're seeing in this update on Measure RR. The extent to which the staff leadership of this agency has implemented creative approaches such as load shedding to, keep our employees so we don't lose the talent that we need to run this system. And I'm very inspired by what has been accomplished. And I think, as Director Rayburn said, from the individuals that are sweeping up at a project to the individuals that are leading our capital program, I think everyone should be very proud of what they've contributed. And I think that this is an incredible measure of success for our agency. I know that there were some questions, and I'm very much looking forward to Sylvia's report on capital program controls. Her level of enthusiasm and enjoyment and passion around this issue is absolutely inspiring. And I see my colleagues all kind of laughing a little bit because she is one of my SID's favorite words at 14 is exuberant. And I would say that Sylvia is absolutely exuberant about capital program controls. And that makes it easier for me to feel confident about what we're doing. So again, I cannot underscore enough how amazing this is, that what has been accomplished to really do the reinvestment that our system needs. For directors that have served longer than me, I know how difficult it was when there wasn't funding to make the necessary investment to keep our system modern and running. And I want to thank all of you for your leadership to get Measure RR passed by the voters, and to acknowledge Grace Kroniken, who had that vision and really was our general leading BART to victory with the electorate. But I think that this is a sign that we are protecting the public's trust. And I very much look forward to the presentation by the Vice Chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee, and want to say thank you to her and to her colleagues for the time that they've given to ensure the success of this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Wonderful comments. So with that, actually, I'd like to turn it over to Catherine Newman, our Vice Chair of the Bond Oversight Committee. Catherine, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Okay, so it's a total pleasure to be here today to represent the work of the RR Bond Oversight Committee and to share our 2021 annual report with you. This report is one document articulating the tremendous amount of work accomplished by BART employees to renew BART's fundamental infrastructure this past year in particular. Our aim with this annual report is to accurately depict what we as the committee have followed over the year, and to generate a document that is a useful and accessible tool for the public. With each edition, we try and build upon what has worked well in the past, while still focusing on this year's particular achievements and challenges. Bringing in new sections as more aspects of the measure advance. To share a bit about us, the Oversight Committee, we are a set of 7 BART writing residents from throughout the Bay Area who collectively represent decades of professional experience in the areas of project management, finance, and engineering. The American Society of Civil Engineers, the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the Association for Budgeting and Finance Management, the Project Management Institute, and the League of Women Voters Bay Area are all represented on this committee. Over the past year, like every year, we have met with BART staff 4 times to hear about Measure RR's progress and to make inquiries. This report that I present to you today fairly summarizes the content of those meetings. For this report in particular, we have restructured the content into 3 key categories: big picture, major projects, and finances. And we did that in response to the increased amount of information we wanted to share with the public, while still working to keep the report user-friendly. We've also added an additional resources section in an appendix in an effort to interconnect this report with the more extensive documentation available at BART.gov. This year's report specifically covers in depth how the pandemic has impacted projects. And we've added a new page on how the rebuilding work in general impacts riders and the public in the short term, and what BART is doing to manage and mitigate that. We've also attempted to articulate how the committee monitors cost effectiveness using CPI and SPI, and as well as the role of green bonds in funding RR. So we are proud to present this report to you as well as to the general public. The report itself has now been posted on multiple locations on BART.gov, including the Oversight Committee page, the Rebuilding page, and the Reports page. The Office of External Affairs this morning is issuing a news release that will go out to 300 reporters and other media members, and they are publishing various social media posts on Twitter and Facebook highlighting findings in the report and making it as easy as possible for the public to read the full document. So to summarize, our highest level as the committee, our highest level takeaway from this year's meetings and our report, we think BART's rebuilding efforts are moving in the right direction. The Bond Oversight Committee has determined that the rebuilding projects being prioritized by BART have been delivered in accordance with best practices and are already improving the experience of riders by enhancing the reliability of the BART system. The committee also believes BART is meeting the bond mandate and is on track to deliver on its public commitments. So to conclude, we as the committee would like to thank all of the current and recently retired BART staff for their work on RR. From where we sit, BART is accomplishing a tremendous amount with the RR funds.
Wonderful. But before we turn it over to public comment and any board comment, I simply wanted to say thank you to Catherine for you and your other committee members' time and energy and commitment to this, incredible need for the agency. Thank you for being our oversight. Thank you for really being there to make sure we're doing the right thing. So I simply wanted to say you are greatly appreciated for all of what you do in a voluntary basis. So that is truly appreciated. So with that, I'll ask Madam Secretary, is there any public comment?
There is.
Thank you.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record. I'm intrigued about this committee that I don't know much about. And thank you for sharing the report. I hope that this would be a committee that has public meetings that people like myself can come and speak at and be able to engage with. So that's very, very important. I think that everything that we do at BART should allow for the public to speak. So I'm learning a lot today. And after all, it is the people's money. And so thank you for bringing this forward so people like myself can talk about the people system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Are there any additional public comments?
There is not. And Alita, bond oversight meetings are also published and available to the public as well.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let me turn it over to Vice President Salzman.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Vice Chair Newman and the whole committee, the whole oversight committee for their work. And just say, I agree with you that this report has gotten better over the years. I read it every year, and I think it continues to become a more useful document. And I'm guessing there aren't a whole lot of people outside this meeting that read it in full, but I keep it on hand. And when I get constituent questions about some kind of work in Measure RR, and I send it to them and let them know what page it's on, and I've gotten a lot of good feedback. So I encourage others to do that, because sometimes it's hard to pull it out of your head, all of the little details that are happening with RR, and this is a great resource. So just wanted to thank you, and I hope you will share the board's thanks with the whole committee.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Yeah, I want to keep my remarks brief here, but I echo exactly what Vice President Salzman and President Foley has said in terms of thanks. Just to call out the names, I want to thank you, Catherine, Leah, Sonia, Darren, Michael, and Marion for all of the work that you've all put in. I will say that in terms of who read this, when I was considering running for the BART board, this was actually the first thing Bevan handed me and was like, you have to read this. It's one of the best overviews of the capital work that's going on. So on the really big stuff that maybe our riders don't see or the media is not writing about. And I was actually part of the original advisory committee that helped put together the bond measure in the first place. And the creation of the oversight committee was a huge part of making sure that there would be voter trust to actually raise the $3.5 billion and to make sure that this work is actually done. So that work wasn't done by just the voters back in 2016. Making sure this work is continuing forward is really many, many thanks to, as Vice President Salzman said, the volunteer efforts of this oversight committee. So I can't thank you all enough. I really appreciate the amount of engagement staff has had to make sure that we are keeping up the stay of good repair as we were set to deliver. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. I don't see any additional comments. Oh, Director Ames.
Gosh, good job, Catherine, and the whole committee. It's amazing what's been done so far. And I'd like to know if the committee could consider looking at the big picture. I like what you had said. You got the big picture, you got the major projects, and then the financing that's really simple to understand. And the big picture to me would be like, what do we go to the voters? You know, what do we communicate to the voters? We had a plan, and these are the projects. And how are we doing with all of those projects that we promised? It kind of goes along the lines of the other comments Dr. Allen had mentioned about trying to track the individual projects, but maybe that could be put in the appendix. I just wanted to know your thoughts on how you're going to be looking forward and keeping track of the big picture, which I love that term. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we meet 4 times a year. So usually what happens is in September, we collectively discuss what we want to sort of make sure we hear from staff over the year and how we want to parse that out, in part in preparation for the annual report, but really it's kind of reverse engineering what we want to see. What is in the annual report should be a reflection of what we've covered over the year. And so we sort of set the agenda in September. And I think a couple of things are dovetailing with what you said and what Director Allen mentioned. One, this is going to be the 5th year of this. And so, you know, it's taken everyone involved, you know, some time to sort of get to a great working dialogue. And it's, you know, it's been a great effort on everyone's part. But that, to my point, is that, you know, perhaps one of the good themes for us to consider this year is, you know, being at 5 years, where are we at, what have we accomplished, you know, how does the big picture of 5 years fit into the big picture of 20 years, and also scale to what people are seeing on the ground. Another big theme that we discuss frequently is articulating to the public what is being accomplished with RR, because so much that is happening, so much of the work that is happening in these layers that are not, you know, visible to the public. We're not, you know, erecting a tall building or building a new bridge, but the impacts are very, very real. So I would say that those would be the 2 themes that I would, you know, hope we will consider in our September meeting. And we are constantly looking for ways to do a better job at that. We suspended, obviously, site visits this past year, but before the pandemic, that was something that, you know, we had discussed sort of in depth and as a way of, again, articulating to members of the public the many, many layers that make BART run. And then I also agree with you, it's come up a couple times in terms of the appendix or a resource of some sort, that it sort of breaks down, maybe not to the finest level, but maybe not at the highest level, you know, some of these, the hands-on projects that bring it all together, and bringing some language to give to the public that helps them appreciate, you know, I'm not sure most people know that there are power substations that make the tracks go, and, you know, all these various components. And sometimes just having access to that language just gives you more insight and investment into the thing that you know, gets you to work every day.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Well done. I think it's a work in progress, and I look forward to hearing about how you can document like that bigger vision and where we're at with the different projects looking forward. hopefully we'll have enough money to do it all. It looks like we're on track to doing that with your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. And once again, thank you, Catherine. I very much appreciated that you could give us this update today and for being an engaged BART rider. As you mentioned, it is great that folks actually know about what substations do and how they really interact with the rest of our system. So I appreciate it. Any additional
President Foley?
Yes.
I'd like to add one more thing. This is Sylvia, the Assistant Chief Engineering Officer.
Yes.
But I wanted to point out the Oversight Committee, they've had a lot of contribution in the annual report in the way that it's structured. But I also wanted to compliment Catherine specifically because of her input and her passion for the report and how the public reads. I think that that's in big part the way that it's organized. And one of the things also that Catherine, the Oversight Committee, is helping us with, Jamal mentioned the watch list item at the bottom. So that's also some of the contributions as we're moving forward. So I wanted to just say how thankful I am for the Oversight Committee and Catherine's contribution.
Wonderful. Thank you. Super. Yes, kudos. Thank you very much. All right. Well, with that, I will say thank you, and we will move on to the next agenda item. And that is actually going to be 11B, the Audit Committee public member appointments. And I believe that the Audit Committee Chair, Director Allen, will take over.
Thank you, President Foley. So I wanted to just start with a little bit of background on this appointment. The Audit Committee was formed a year ago. Well, actually a year and a half ago we started. And after it was begun, we set out to put together a charter to define how the committee would operate, what issues it would address. Section 2.3 of the BART Audit Committee Charter states that the Audit Committee shall include 2 public member seats, in addition to the 3 board members, myself and directors Dufty and Saltzman, who sit on this committee, for a total of 5 committee members. And section 3.2 of the charter states that public members serving on the audit committee shall be appointed by majority of the full board of directors through an application process following current board rules. And so we did go through that process, and thank you, Jackie, in the district secretary's office for facilitating that. And at the end, we had received 4 applications. And so those 4 candidates for these 2 seats are Philip Lieber, Brenda Roberts, Thomas Rubin, and Tammy Willis. So according to section 3.2 of the audit committee, it was written to outline the requirements for this appointment. And those requirements were broken into 4 areas: expertise, technical knowledge, including internal control frameworks, relevant professional certifications, which are listed in the charter, and independence. And when we designed the charter to include these 2 external seats, the purpose was always to ensure that we had the best audit industry expertise we could find to help guide the discussions and the oversight of the BART audits and other things. And the reason for adding these 2 external seats is there may not always be someone in one of the 3 board seats that has any of that expertise. So it's always a bit of an uncomfortable conversation when we're faced with a selection of appointments to boards and committees, and we have to choose between more candidates than we have seats to fill. In this case, we have 4 applicants for 2 positions. And I believe this audit committee is a very important oversight function to any government or private organization, and it is a best practice suggested by most government accounting and auditing, even private, not just government, but most accounting and auditing industry organizations. This is the committee that I chair, and I think we have to make a selection out of 4 candidates. And so we endeavor to compare experiences and qualifications as our basis for that selection. All 4 candidates have experience in government auditing environments. Some have more than others, and some at the executive level, and others not. So how do we assess the candidates for selection? I think we have to start with the criteria that we put out in the charter and use that as our minimum threshold. Then we should assess each of those that meet those criteria for the appointments. We have 3 candidates, Mr. Lieber, Mr. Rubin, and Ms. Roberts, in this pool of 4 that all began careers as certified public accountants in large international accounting firms where they received their initial training. And all 3 also have master's degrees in finance or accounting arenas and are still holding current active CPA licenses, along with other certifications in their fields. All 3 of these also served in executive management roles in public agencies. So I would like to move those 3 candidates forward as the qualified candidates for this appointment. Unfortunately, in my assessment, without meeting the certification requirements in the charters, which I believe candidate Willis does not, that she is not, should not be considered a qualified candidate here. And if you want to know more about those certifications, I mean, I can answer those questions. I'm just trying to give you a quick overview. We had a very extensive conversation in the audit committee about those certifications. So that is my my overview, and I am wondering how you want to proceed here. We did hear from each of the candidates and asked questions and did Q&A with them at the audit committee on Tuesday of this week. But if I guess I will ask President Foley how you want to proceed. I believe all of them are available here today.
Madam Secretary, do we have the 4 candidates available?
I see 3 on the call. If Brenda Roberts is online, could you please dial *9 to raise your hand, please?
So what I'd like to do, I do see that a couple of directors have their hands up. So let me check with them first and then potentially have the members briefly speak to the full board.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think it is appropriate for the 3 members of the audit committee to be heard in advance. And I would like to offer a substitute motion to the chair's motion. And my substitute motion would be that 5 votes are required in order for a candidate to be approved, and that we should consider those votes in the order in which directors make motions for the approval. As Chair Allen has pointed out, there are provisions that were added to the charter. These are not statutory provisions. And as with all work done by the board, 5 votes is the threshold at which decisions are made as to how we are going to proceed. And I think that Ms. Willis is an eminently qualified individual. And more than just questions of individuals' experience, I think it's about also people's track records. If, for example, there were a candidate that it appears has been abusive to employees and to colleagues, then that is not someone that I want to put on a panel to drive some of the talent that works for this agency to go elsewhere. So I also would suggest that part of this is for individuals who are passionate about their work, but to some level dispassionate. I'm not interested in relitigating issues like transit-oriented development or other issues, and to have candidates be presented before us that are going to want to relitigate these issues, are going to want to be in the public forum opposing some of the core approaches that we're taking as an agency, I think is problematic. So I am offering a substitute motion. The substitute would be, again, that 5 votes are required votes be taken in the order in which directors nominate them, and that if less than 2 candidates receive the 5-vote threshold, then I think we should simply take the appropriate step of opening the application process until 2 individuals are seated. So I would seek a second.
Second.
I second.
So I would like to respond to a couple of things there. First of all, I did not make a motion.
Allow Director Saltzman to speak.
No, because this is my item and I want to respond to what you said, Director Dufty. I did not make a motion. Okay, so I will take your motion as the motion that you've made. All I stated was that we should look at qualifications first and then assess who we vote for based on the 3 qualified candidates. Now, I understand that, you know, as you point out to me often, it takes 5 votes. Okay, 9-member board, 5 votes. I get it. Okay. However, what we're endeavoring to do here in taking your approach by including a candidate that clearly did not meet the publicly stated criteria that we put out to the public for this position. And I know of at least 1 member of the public who did not apply because they felt they didn't meet those criteria. I think that, you know, we're being really, first of all, not transparent with the public, but we're being very disingenuous with a fair process for appointment to this very important position. I view this as a very important position to this agency. And I think anyone in the bonding community and other financial communities that are watching what BART does financially, this is a huge misstep if you put criteria out for an appointment and then the board chooses not to follow it because they've found a candidate that may not quite meet the criteria, but they really like. You know, that's not a fair and transparent process. So obviously this board can go forward, and we have 2 appointments to make to this position or to this committee. And we can go forward and do that based on, you know, voting for each of us voting for 2 candidates, and whoever gets the most votes wins. But I think you are diminishing greatly the integrity of this committee if you don't follow the criteria that this board voted on last January to put forth for the appointment of these positions. So just a little bit more, and I'll get to you, directors, to the others who want to speak. But just to clarify a little bit more detail about this criteria that is not met, Ms. Willis is listed herself as a candidate for CPA on the application. She also holds a California real estate license. The requirement for certifications was you know, listed CPA as one of them, or other very closely related types of designations like certified fraud examiners, internal controls, and other certifications that are out there. Ms. Willis is a candidate. She's passed 2 parts of a 4-part CPA exam. This is a very extensive process to get a CPA license. 2 parts of the exam does not get you there. And in fact, if you don't pass all 4 within a 2-year period, you essentially have not passed any of it, because you do have to start over.
Director, if I could, before we get into dialogue around the candidates, can we hear from the remainder of the board members that have raised their hand?
Yes, so that was the extent of my explanation, that the CPA designation is similar to a lawyer or a civil engineer in the process to actually gain this designation. So with that, I'll go to first to Director Saltzman.
Sorry, President Foley, are you running this part of this, or is...
He asked me to.
I did ask Director Allen to present on this, and so I would ask her to call on board member comments.
Okay, well, I think she's been wildly unfair so far, so I would recommend that you do it a different way and that you run this. I'm really disappointed. I think when public members apply to volunteer on one of our boards, we must treat them with respect. We must allow them to present themselves before we judge them. And I cannot imagine how I would feel if I went to volunteer to sit on a committee for an agency and one of the board members, called into questions my qualifications. I have a lot of questions about qualifications, about people who applied and whether they're a good fit, but I'm not going to call them out publicly. I think it's very inappropriate, and I respect that they are all volunteering, that they want to do this, that they want to serve the public. And just because I disagree with their positions or don't think their experience is a good fit, it's not appropriate to do. And so I'm really disappointed with how this has been run so far. And this is not your item, Director Allen. This is an item of the board and of the audit committee.
I was asked to present it. I'm sorry.
Yes, but you said it was your item, and so you would step in to speak. So I just want to make clear, the board decides here. The audit committee is bringing this forward, and the audit committee didn't take action. We didn't have it for action. And if we had taken action, 2 of the 3 board members disagreed with you. So I think it's important to state that a majority of the current committee thinks that actually everybody meets qualifications to be on this committee in terms of their qualifications on paper. And, the language talked about, similar certification. It was left open a little bit, and there was a lot of discussion at the time. And I remember because there was a lot of back and forth in the committee, and we added more certifications, and we made it clear if there was some, if it was similar enough, we would consider it. I'm sorry that you had another candidate who didn't apply. Usually what happens, because there's research on this, is when men see a job description, if they meet half of the things, they'll apply anyway. And when women see it, if they don't meet every single one, they won't. So it's great that we have Ms. Willis who stepped up to apply, even though it wasn't 100% clear. And sometimes you kind of have to take the leap of faith and do that. But I also would be open to just keeping this open if we think there are other qualified candidates out there that have similar experience, who we could get onto this committee, because having a certain certification doesn't necessarily mean you're the best person for the job. So I would urge us to listen to the candidates. That's what we did in committee. And of course, we're going to need 5 votes for anybody. But we should all take them at face value and let them speak for themselves. And I hope that my fellow board members will really listen to them, because I think this has now been prejudged, and I'm not in support of that process. And I would hope that in the future, whenever we have appointments like this, we will listen to the candidates, even if we have our personal thoughts about them, about whether they're the best fit, whether they're qualified. I really think we need to listen to them first, and we need to treat them with respect throughout the whole process, because again, they're taking the time out of their day to day, and they're offering a lot of their own time to serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Allen, if I could, I'd like to recommend that we have the 4 candidates have the opportunity to speak with us.
I agree.
And then we can return to any remaining director comments.
Mr. Leiber, you can address the board, please. *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen and Board President Foley and honorable board members for the opportunity to briefly express my interest in serving the Audit Committee. My name is Philip Leiber. I consider this a wonderful opportunity to apply my expertise to assist a tremendous asset of the Bay Area. I've been a longtime rider, and I'd like to serve in this role to help the system be all that it can be for all riders and stakeholders. I understand the purpose of this role to assist the elected board members in providing financial oversight to strengthen the public's confidence about the financial integrity of the agency, to provide oversight and policy guidance by being engaged, informed, and to represent the public's interests and that of all stakeholders of the systems, including riders, labor, and the broader community. I have about 30 years of relevant experience, including 5 years of public accounting, where I did obtain my CPA license, which I've held for the past 25 years, and where I performed audits, litigation, and fraud-related engagements. After that, I worked primarily as a CFO of complex public sector utilities, which were charged with serving every member of the community 24/7, 365 days per year. And these were agencies with up to 10,000 represented employees and far-flung operations. These were in progressive localities like the Bay Area, presently Los Angeles and Seattle. These were agencies that had multiple funding sources with operating and capital budgets into the several billion-dollar range. I was responsible for over $7 billion of debt issuance to finance these capital projects. And these were also agencies who were continually working on capital projects like BART is. I have over 25 years of experience in the areas overseen by this committee, including financial reporting, treasury, internal audit, and working with a role like an inspector general. I have technical knowledge to perform effectively, including responsibility for over 50 audited financial statements, applying new accounting pronouncements, selecting external auditors, oversight of the internal audit function, and preparation of over 20 budget documents. I've also been responsible for the procurement function at 2 agencies, including responsibility for ensuring active participation by women, minority, and disadvantaged businesses. I believe in finding and applying best practices, and I've aimed to do this in each of the 4 public sector organizations that I've held financial leadership roles in. I've also served on 3 boards, including 2 public sector oversight boards presently. I hold 2 relevant licenses and certifications, including the CPA for about 26 years, and I have 2 master's degrees in both accounting and computer information systems. I recognize this board must consider and resolve very complex issues, including funding challenges. For each agency I've been associated with, I have strived to leave them in better financial condition and with greater public trust than when I started, and that would be my goal in this role. I aim to operate in a transparent and straightforward manner and to leave all stakeholders feeling they have been treated fairly. I know public sector excellence is possible. I have seen it, I've been a part of it, and I hope to help BART in its journey towards excellence as well. I recognize you do have several well-qualified candidates to select from, but if I'm selected, I look forward to supporting all of you in your role as elected stewards of this important asset, in full recognition and appreciation of the diverse viewpoints and priorities that you bring. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Okay, would you like to go to the next candidate?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ms. Willis, you can dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Good morning, Board of Directors. My name is Tammy Willis, and it's a pleasure to be here today in application for the appointment to the BART Audit Committee Public Member seat. I believe that my experience directly corresponds with the experience required for the position, and you will find that my background includes over 15 years of extensive audit experience. As an auditor with the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, my experience includes numerous national scope audits of Justice Department programs in which I've participated at all phases of the audit process, including performing risk assessments, planning, field work, reporting, and follow-up. These audits were high profile and included reviews of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the United States Marshal Service, and the Office of Justice Programs. In addition, I conducted or supervised numerous audits of DOJ grant recipients. These recipients include city and county governments or private foundations. Each of those audits included assessing whether funds received were properly accounted for. One audit also consisted of a review of the OJP's administration of $312 million in technical assistance and training grant awards, which identified significant weaknesses in the OJP's grant administration that had permitted a wide range of financial and programmatic discrepancies to occur among grantees. For this audit, I received the coveted U.S. Department of Justice Attorney General's Achievement Award for outstanding audit work. In my position as Performance Audit Manager for the City of Oakland, Office of the City Auditor, I also managed several audits of agencies that were awarded Measure Y Violence Prevention Program funds totaling over $23 million in grants from the City of Oakland. These audits focused on the agency's compliance with grant requirements, as well as the city's grant management and monitoring efforts. These audits resulted in recommendations that made significant improvements to the city's oversight of grant programs and the grant recipients' reporting of grant expenditures. Currently, I am the CEO of Magnolia Engineering and Construction. We are one of the few Black woman-owned and operated engineering firms in the US. I received the 2018 Dr. C. Diane Howe Entrepreneur Award for the 9th Annual Powerful Women of the Bay Area. I also serve on the board of directors for the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Real Property Brokers Women's Council. In closing, I have strong leadership skills and a proven ability to manage and motivate teams. And I feel that these qualities will make a positive impact on your agency. My wide-ranging experience would be valuable as it relates to assisting the audit committee with its oversight responsibilities for financial management and operational effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, can we have the next candidate?
Mr. Rubin, you may unmute yourself and address the board. Star 6.
Audio check.
I hear you just fine.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I have used BART extensively in the past for home to work, but now I'm a work-at-homer. And the joys of doing audits in St. Louis, in Dallas from my office, it's interesting but different. I also use BART extensively for travel to many other locations in the Bay Area. I meet all of the qualifications in the committee charter for experience, knowledge, certifications, and independence. I am a CPA, including having my government audit requirements met. I am a CIA, and I have other certifications in management accounting and government finance. I am not a PE, but I am a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and I utilize many transportation engineering concepts in my work. I have over 4 decades of transit industry experience, serving over 100 audit and consulting clients as the founder and the National Transit Director for what is now Deloitte. I am the former CFO of the largest transit district in California, where I had administrative responsibilities for the then largest FTA capital grant, as well as human resources, treasury, accounting, procurement, internal audit, risk management, and management and budget. I also have extensive transportation operation experience. I have conducted all types of audits of transit agencies and been the CFO of transit agencies that have been audited. Everything financial, single audit, program results and effectiveness, internal control, compliance, contract audit, and forensics. My past clients have included many large Bay Area transportation agencies, including doing some work for BART many years ago. Far long enough, so that's not an independence problem. I've also have significant construction program project management experience, everything from reviewing long-range capital operating financial plans, reviewing the actual capital program and project implementation, preparing policies, procedures, and manuals, and 17 years overseeing all aspects of the Los Angeles Unified School District's $28 billion capital program. I also have worked very extensively with many transit labor unions on both sides of the table. And I've had ASME, ATU, Teamsters, and the United Transportation Union as my clients. I also do extensive certifications and writing and speaking. I've lived in the Bay Area for 40 of the last 51 years. I'm involved in many Bay Area organizations with transportation and better government emphasis. And I am a frequent commentator on plans, environmental clearance for corridor projects, and author speakers, and as an author and speaker. I will speak my mind when I feel it's important to be heard, but it's important to understand the role if I am given this job. For example, I was not a big fan of BART to San Jose. That ship has long since sailed. That is no longer something that is worthy of review. What is worthy of review, and particularly as it might come to the audit committee, is how well is it being implemented, and particularly the very difficult process of working with another sovereign government agency on how to get that project up and running and operating and financially stable. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
I'm going to check. I have one hand raised, but I'm not sure if it's Brenda Roberts. I'm just going to do a test. Caller with your hand raised, or would you happen to be Brenda Roberts?
They have to unmute themselves. Can you give them that instruction?
*6, please. Last 4 digits, 7305. Would you happen to be Miss Brenda Roberts?
Actually, this is Philip Leiber at this extension.
Okay, you're on twice. Okay, Mr. Roberts. I'm going to remute you. So that would be it for the speakers, President Foley.
All right, thank you. So just so that we're clear, I believe we have a motion on the floor from Director Duffy. Is that not correct?
Can you restate the motion?
The motion is that the process for selecting public members of the audit committee will be by majority vote, and that the order will be in the order in which directors nominate candidates for approval. If less than 2 are approved by the board today, then the district secretary would reopen applications until the position is filled.
All right, and that was properly seconded. Is there any discussion around the motion?
So,
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to go to Director McPartland, who had raised.
Thank you. I'm overwhelmed by the candidates that we've got. I'd be thrilled for having the opportunity to work with those folks. But I'm not going to be able to support it, this motion, the way it stands right now. And there was one thing that Director Allen said that it didn't resonate like a tuning fork. It ended up going off like the bells in London. And that is that if we end up establishing a criteria, and then we end up throwing that criteria out the window, or suspend it because we end up liking a particular candidate, then that puts us in the same boat with BART procurement that we are trying to hold accountable for contracts, whether it be on the M line with lights or any place else, where they end up establishing a set of criteria, and then that excludes a lot of people that would have potentially the opportunity to apply for it. And then they end up changing the criteria and say that this is routine stuff that they end up doing. So in principle, I think that we should end up leaving this open and let it know to the public, the person that Director Allen knows, that this is a wish list of the criteria. It's not absolute. And leave it open for a little while so that we can end up having a larger pool. But I hate to tell you that I'm delighted to tell you that I am just blown away by the candidates that we have. We can't go wrong. But on the principle, how are we going to be able to lead and hold this agency accountable for their procurement practices being flawed when we are going to end up doing exactly the same thing? Can't do it. All right.
Thank you. Director Ames, did you have comments on the motion?
Thank you. Sorry, technical problem. So I have a process question. I do support what Director McPartland said, and I have similar concerns, I guess, what Director Allen is bringing up, that we have this charter with this criteria. I guess I found it while we were interviewing the candidates or listening to the candidates, which are amazing. I agree. And it's section 3.2.1C, possess a relevant professional certification, certified, such as certified internal auditor, certified fraud examiner, certified inspector general, certified internal controls. And when or something similar, that's the catchphrase. And what I've seen before is, like, I'm a professional engineer, and we would say, something like, if you're not a professional engineer, you have to have this amount of experience and potentially some level of certifications. And so in this case, we don't say that. We left it open. So in my view, it's not fair to other candidates that could have looked at that and thought, oh, I'm not certified. And I appreciate Director Saltzman saying that there's different interpretations of this. But it really should be more clear if we're accepting something where they're not certified, and how much experience is that, or what kind of training would be considered to meet that criteria. So anyway, I was hoping that the staff could, this is like a purchasing, screening, maybe HR question, because I've seen applicants get thrown out and they don't even come before the interview panel. So I'm wondering what BART's, the staff perspective is on this interpretation of what the certification would mean. And if it's not certified, what is the training involved? Can somebody answer that question?
Director Ames, staff has no opinion on this matter, and we believe it's a board matter.
Okay, well, I feel we need clarification from the staff. I don't think it's a fair purchasing, well, it's not really a purchasing question. It's like an HR question, I suppose. And when the applicants go to the district secretary, we could say, well, this person isn't qualified, or if it is, then we just need to clarify in the charter.
So the reason why it's a board issue is because the board developed the charter. So it's not our position to tell the board what they're looking for. It's not a personnel issue. It's not an internal BART personnel issue. The board developed the charter. The board can make a decision on what they're looking for. So if the board decides to amend the charter, you can make a motion to amend the charter to include your statement of with those qualifications. And we can do that and amend the charter, but we cannot just tell you what you're looking for.
Well, I think it's, thank you, District Secretary, Madam Secretary, or Jackie. Okay, so thank you. I just think it's not fair to other applicants, as if I looked at this from the other perspective, I wouldn't have submitted my application if I read that paragraph. So I don't know how many people would think the same. So I don't know if this is it doesn't seem to be a fair process. We don't know how many applicants would apply. So we have great applicants, and not just, they look very qualified. And this testimony today exemplifies that. But we're talking about a process. So I am on board with Director McPartlin and what he said. And this is really needs to be more clear to the applicants what we're looking for.
If I may, could I offer a substitute motion?
Actually, I'd like to hear from Director Lee.
Oh, certainly. Okay.
He was in line to speak, so thank you.
Thank you, President Foley. I just want to remind my colleagues that 2 of the 3 audit committee members agreed that the criteria was met. And I would defer to the committee majority rather than wholesale relitigate the issue here. The committee members have put far more time and energy into the committee charter development and spent more time with candidates than the rest of us have. I would further say that beyond the criteria and qualifications, all 4 candidates have extensive and relevant experience to this role, which I also would say is incredibly important to these public member seats. In terms of what I agree with, I feel very comfortable with the motion that Director Dufty has put forward, and would further say that I'm open to leave 1 or even both of the seats open today. Lastly, I just want to personally apologize for any candidates that feel disrespected. I want to make sure that we as a public agency are always treating candidates to these volunteer positions, whether it's one of our advisory committees, to the bond oversight committee, or to this, the public members of this audit committee. I really agree with the things that Vice President Saltzman has already said. So I will just leave my comments at that.
Thank you. Director Allen, did you have additional comments on the motion?
Yes. So, as I opened with, it's always an uncomfortable conversation when we're making selections and we have to exclude people. We have more applicants than we have positions open. I don't view that pointing out and assessing the criteria that we put forth and the qualifications that are put forth by the candidates as being disrespectful. It's always uncomfortable, but from my opinion, that is our fiduciary obligation to assess things, and we assess a lot of things on this board. So with that said, I do wish that during our audit committee discussion on Tuesday that Director Saltzman had made the same comments when we listened to Director Dufty, ask very probing questions of one of the other candidates about a newspaper article that was written about her during an election period that was later proved through an investigation to be unfounded. So if looking at criteria and assessing criteria is disrespectful, certainly pulling out newspaper articles that are written from a political perspective is also equally as disrespectful. I'm not the bad guy here. I know that some of you are trying to spin this on me. I am just trying to have a fair and open, transparent process for the selection of this committee. Director Ames, with respect to certification, there are not opinions on whether a person meets those qualifications or not. We set out qualifications, some met them, one didn't. That's not really opinion. It's very black and white. So I think that there's no experience equivalent to a CPA license. There isn't. The way the industry works is you must get the license, and you have to have a certain amount of experience to get the license and pass an exam and other criteria. And then you move on in your career. That's like the beginning of your career when you get the CPA license. And then you move on with experience in fields that you're qualified for with that license. So, I actually would like to make a substitute motion, because it seems as though I've heard this mentioned a couple of times here today that people would like to move on with one appointment and not another. So I will make a substitute motion that we take a vote on appointing Mr. Leiber to this committee, as it seems as though he is qualified and is like the only person that people don't have some opinion on. It's unfortunate Ms. Roberts did not come here today to speak to us, so I could not really make the motion to appoint her. But I think my substitute motion is that we take a vote on Mr. Leiber as an appointment, and then we open up the appointment again to, as we should have before, to whatever criteria this board decides it wants to use next for this appointment. But we have 3 very qualified people here. So, you know, we could make an appointment among those 3 qualified people. That's my motion.
Thank you. Before I ask for a second, I'd like to ask council, is that an appropriate substitute motion? Is it in line with the prior motion?
So as I understand it, the prior motion was that the board would vote on all of the potential candidates in the order that they were nominated. And if less than 2 were filled, the district secretary would keep applications open. So the substitute motion is to vote on an appointment for only one of the candidates and then keep the other seat open. So I believe that is an appropriate substitute motion.
Okay. All right. So is there a second to the substitute motion? Well, hearing none, I believe that substitute motion does not proceed. Is that correct? General Counsel?
That's correct.
All right. All right, so back to the original motion. Is there additional comment? And I do see Vice President Saltzman, please. And then Director McPartland.
I'm going to vote for this motion, but I have to say I'm also okay going the way that Director McPartland and Director Ames have recommended, that we hold off on this, that we come back, amend the charter so that it's more clear and add something in like or years of experience or something along those lines. We unfortunately can't do that today because we don't have that on our agenda to amend the charter. So I guess I'd like to hear, especially from Director Dufty, if he'd be open to that. I know it's complicated. There is some urgency to at least get one more member, because right now, since we passed the charter but haven't appointed any more members, we actually need all 3 of us directors to be able to show up. Otherwise, we can't have a meeting because we don't have quorum. And we need a unanimous vote, which that part is not so much of a problem because I think everything we've moved out so far, we've been unanimous on. But the quorum part has been tricky. So I know there's some urgency, but I think if the board feels more comfortable keeping this open, I'm okay with that. And I will commit to doing everything I possibly can to make it to every committee meeting I have so far. We'll continue to try to, and I know the other committee members would, but I am okay with going that route. And I do think it's appropriate to ultimately amend the charter. I know when we passed the charter, I was a little skeptical. We added more certifications in because at first it was very, very narrow. And I wish I had thought about the years of experience at the time. I'm not sure I did, because I think it's a very good suggestion. So would love to hear from the maker of the motion if he's open to just going the other route, because I think we could get mostly consensus on the board. It seems like most of us want to go that route to change it. And then if there are other qualified candidates, including the person that Director Allen knows of that would apply if it was based on years of experience, I want to hear from those people too and get the right folks for this committee.
Thank you. If I could hear from the maker of the motion, and then I'd like to, if necessary, hear from Director McPartland.
So I would like to hear a comment from colleagues in addition to Vice President Saltzman. So
thank you.
Actually, I will, you know what? I will reconsider that, and I would say that I would be comfortable with that if we postpone the consideration and then consider changes that we would make.
All right, so that would mean withdrawing the current motion?
Yes, I will withdraw.
Okay. All right.
Can we consider not having the current candidates reapply and just keep their applications and just keep them notified.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Thank
think
you.
there's anything that would prohibit that. So yes.
Thank you.
All right. So as I understand it, we are going to table this item to allow the committee to further investigate the process and keep the window open for applicants. Is that accurate?
So just in terms of timing, I'm just trying to think of when the next audit committee is compared to, I want this to come back to the next board meeting. I think all of us do, to amend the charter so we can get the process started, not, have to wait till next year to get committee members. So is there time between the audit committee and the board meeting to get it on the agenda, or should we just bring it
Absolutely.
straight back to the board?
The
Okay.
audit committee is on the 17th. The
Okay.
board meeting is on the 26th. It can be on the mail out is on the 20th, so it can be on the agenda for the 26th.
All right. I believe we are finished with this item. I think maybe we move on. All right, let's do that. In fact, all right, and I thank everyone's patience as we work through this issue. Thank you for that. All right. Well, I think that we are now returning to public comment on the original agenda, if I'm not mistaken. And then we will turn to the IG, or do I have that reversed? No, public comment. So, Madam Secretary, is there any general public comment?
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk in general terms. It's kind of a nail biter when we readjust the agenda, because sometimes I'm afraid we're not going to do general public comments. So thank you for making sure that this is happening. It always needs to. So some of you, I would hope all of you have read my letter. I did indeed ride on BART over the last 2 weeks a number of times. It was fine. Rode new trains and old trains and the airport connector, and my Clipper card worked just fine, and didn't really have any problems. I do miss the frequency of service. Train to the airport only runs every half hour. I went to Denver also, and they have this system called the A line. It's operated by the Denver Regional Transportation District, which is a public agency, much like BART, with a publicly elected board. And yes, they hold public meetings, lots of them. And they run every 15 minutes, practically like clockwork. And it's not just a line straight from the airport to downtown, but it also has intermediate stops. So if you haven't gotten to see it or read about it, I'd encourage you to. I hope someday we'll get to have in-person meetings. The MTA in New York just started doing in-person meetings at their headquarters at number 2 Broadway in New York City. And there's lots of subway lines and bus lines near there, and hopefully I'll get to go. And I hope we can get some in-person meetings going, because I'd like to see you all again. And you just can't do sidebar conversations and staff questions on Zoom. So I think we have to get back to that, along with the Zoom option. I have been vaccinated, and yes, I wear a mask when called upon. So I'll wear my mask in the meeting if you desire. So we have to work on that. And sometimes meetings are still a nail biter. I ask of you in your policy decisions and discussions to remember the people at large. I can't vote for any of you. I ask that you not just think as your constituents as the people who are allowed to vote for you. The reason I can't vote for you is because I don't live in the BART district. I live somewhere else, as far as you know. But BART has constituents from all over the world. The new Omni fare system in New York, 153 nations represented, from people tapping their contactless cards and phones. So I ask that you remember this. BART is not just about the electorate of the Bay Area, but it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. And just to let you know, the plan is to return to hybrid in-person and virtual meetings starting on Thursday, September 9th. And with that, I believe we have another public comment, Madam Secretary.
Adina Levin, you may unmute yourself. *6, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain and Seamless Bay Area. And I wanted to, first of all, thank you and all the transit agencies for the unprecedented good work in working together since COVID on a variety of collaborative endeavors, including having improved the BART Caltrain connection at Millbrae. However, I just learned, it was just disclosed at Caltrain Citizens Advisory Committee meeting last night that the most recent upcoming schedule changes from BART and from Caltrain are going to cause some connection problems at that Millbrae Caltrain BART transfer in the evenings and on weekends. And I understand from what staff reported there that there are some challenges with regard to construction plans that were put in place from years ago that make it difficult to synchronize those schedules with the most recent schedule, and some other operational constraints. However, I do encourage BART to and Caltrain to be working closely together at the next schedule change opportunities to better align those schedules. There are many transit riders that do depend on that transfer or will have challenges in making that trip with a less good transfer. I also recommended at the Caltrain CAC and would recommend to BART that work be put into publicizing at the station and in online materials the information about those transfers, because if people are impacted by less convenient schedules, it's at least good to communicate to people what they can expect. So thank you for working on improving in the past. Please work on this in the future. We do have one regional rail transit backbone in the Bay Area that has more than one agency, and it will be really great to have those different services work together as one system for riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. I appreciate your comments. Madam Secretary, do we have any additional public comment?
We do not.
All right. Vice President Salzman.
I know we can't get into back and forth. I'm not asking for that, but I appreciate Adina bringing this to our attention. And I just wanted to see if the general manager could either try to get the information and address it in your general manager's report, or if you can't get it today, if you can send a memo to the board, and I will commit to sharing that with Adina so she'll have it too.
Vice President Salzman, Bob Power. So I've been in several conversations with Michelle, Michelle Bouchard, general manager down at Caltrain. We've provided all of our headways, our connections down there. We're aware of it. Tamar's tracking on it. John McCormick is meeting regularly with the planners down there at Caltrain. So we're working the issue. We think the connections are going to be there. There's, some on the nights and particularly on Saturday that we're working through right now. So I'm happy to pull that together in a board memo for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's move on to the annual report of the Inspector General. And so with that, is the Inspector General ready to go? I am seeing the slideshow, but I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was muted and couldn't see any way to unmute myself. So, okay, appreciate Jackie unmuting me. Thank you. So just want to start off with some giving an overview of the year of review in review. So this slide provides some highlights of what our office did during this past year. We contracted with Ethics 360 to establish our whistleblower hotline and provide an investigation case management system. The hotline allows anyone who wants to file a fraud, waste, or abuse complaint to call the phone number on the OIG website and talk to a live person from Ethics 360, or click on the link on our website and type in their allegations themselves. Using a third-party provider ensures that complaints can be made confidentially, and if the complainant wishes, anonymously. It also allows complaints to be filed at any time of the day or night from any location or on any device. We've also developed some marketing materials to inform employees of the hotline, including some posters, trifold flyers, magnets, and stickers that we will start distributing shortly. During the year, we launched 18 fraud, waste, or abuse investigations. We completed 7 of those, and we had 4 that were near completion at year end. We conducted a district-wide risk assessment for the purpose of identifying areas where conducting a performance audit would likely identify opportunities to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of operations, which is a mandate in our state legislation. We're currently working through a list of comments from management regarding the results of the risk assessment and expect to bring our resulting audit plan to the audit committee and the board in August. We drafted a charter to clarify how we will meet the statutory mandates that established our office in the Public Utilities Code and the government auditing standards requirements in the government code, and are still working through that process. We also worked with the Office of the Comptroller Treasurer and the Office of Performance and Budget to develop a charter for the audit committee that the board adopted in January. Next slide, please. With input from the Office of the Independent Police Auditor, the Office of Civil Rights, and the Office of Performance and Budget, we also updated the district's whistleblower policy to help BART employees better understand where to report various types of complaints and their obligations for reporting fraud, waste, or abuse. We added anti-retaliation to the policy title to make it clear upfront that employees will not be retaliated against for filing a complaint. The board adopted the revised policy in June. We evaluated 54 allegations of fraud, waste, or abuse to identify which ones to move forward for investigations, which ones to refer to another office for resolution, or which ones to decline to investigate, which is primarily due to the complainant not providing sufficient information for us to investigate. We continue to meet the requirements of our professional standards for completing continuing professional education to maintain and improve our audit and investigation skills. We developed a job description for a principal investigative auditor and recruited, hired, and onboarded our new employee, who has been key in helping us complete some of our backlog of investigations. Next slide, please. This slide gives an overview of the complaints we've received to date since the office, since we established the office. So far, we've received 60 complaints. Well, that was as of through the end of June. 14 of those are under active investigation, 4 are pending resolution, and 42 are resolved, either by us completing the investigation, forwarding it to another department for resolution, or declining to investigate, again, primarily due to lack of sufficient information. Next slide, please. This slide shows the breakdown of the 42 cases that we have labeled as resolved. For the 20 cases that we declined to investigate due to lack of sufficient information, we did attempt to get more information from the complainant, but they typically have not responded to those requests. The primary reason that we forward a case to another department is that they involve personnel issues, and we don't investigate personnel issues. Next slide, please. This slide shows that the most common allegations we receive allege fraud or noncompliance with district policies and procedures. The most common fraud allegations are theft of time, meaning that an employee has been paid for time that they didn't actually work but claimed that they did, and contracting fraud. Next slide, please. Our two of our biggest accomplishments also had some challenges. The first one is the OIG charter. Although we've spent a significant amount of time drafting and redrafting the charter, it still hasn't reached a point where the board has accepted it. Our challenge has been coming to agreement with language that the unions have proposed while allowing us to maintain compliance with our statutory mandate and with the ethical principles and the independent standard in the government auditing standards, which we are also required to follow under state law. We hope that during the next year, we can help others better understand the role of an Office of Inspector General and the standards applicable to our profession and required under state law so that we can focus more of our time on conducting audits and investigations. Next slide, please. We work with our consultant, TAP International, to conduct the district-wide risk assessment. TAP reviewed volumes of documents and facilitated meetings with staff in 12 departments to identify areas where a performance audit would likely identify opportunities for improvement, meaning identifying efficiencies, effectiveness and outcomes, more ethical approaches to the work, varying types of improvements. We'll use the results of the risk assessment to develop an audit plan that will include several audits that our office can conduct over the next 2 to 3 years. We currently are reviewing comments provided by the general manager and deputy general manager before bringing the results and audit plan to the audit committee and board. Some of the comments indicate that some of our conclusions are inaccurate, which is something we commonly see when we conduct audits. That's usually because of the difference between what management may have established as policies and procedures and what staff tell us they actually do. When conducting the risk assessment meetings, we deliberately talk to staff at the management level in a separate meeting from when we talk to staff at lower levels in the organization, which is how we are able to capture that disconnect. Doing that also helps ensure that we make the right selections for areas to audit. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the funding constraints we have. We put this slide in here because we wanted to show how our limited budget and staffing compared to other transit offices of Inspector General and limit the amount of work we can do to meet our mandatory statutory requirements. As you can see, both our budget and our staffing are significantly less than the others in proportion to their total agency budgets and staffing levels. Our budget does not currently have any acceleration provisions. So if the state does not change that, there's likely to be a point where we would not be able to meet other office needs, including our continuing professional education requirements, which are a minimum of 80 hours every 2 years, or contract for specialized investigation or audit services if needed. Next slide, please. We all faced unprecedented challenges this past year with the pandemic and adapting to new ways in how we do our work. The Assistant Inspector General had been on board for only a month before we began working remotely, and our principal investigative auditor spent the first 4 months of his BART career working remotely. Despite that, they completed a tremendous amount of work and had many successes. Launching our investigation case management system made a big difference in how we receive and manage complaints of fraud, waste, or abuse. And the risk assessment provided us not only with information that we're using to develop our audit plan, but also gave us a high-level overview of BART's programs, functions, and activities that otherwise likely would have taken us years to learn. Our biggest hurdle has been helping others understand how an Office of Inspector General operates, including the professional standards that we must abide by. We have received lots of words of wisdom from our peers and other transit agencies, and have had many employees at BART welcome us, provide additional insight on how BART operates, and thank us for the work we're doing, for which we're extremely grateful. We hope to build on our successes over the next year and hope to see many positive changes result from our audits and investigations. With that, I'm ready to take your comments and questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Inspector General. If I could, Madam Secretary, it looks like we have some public comment. Oops.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Thank you for this report. I'm slowly learning about this stuff. Still, to me, kind of clear as mud. One thing I would like to see in these reports is how does this involve the riders and the public? I know you can't answer these things for me in a meeting, but I hope that if I call the phone number, that there's somebody willing in the IG's office to answer my questions about is the IG a public-facing organization? I don't feel like I need to speak to the IG in particular, but any staff member will do. We hear words like fraud, waste, and abuse. I assure you that my comments are not intended to waste anybody's time. I speak them with rigorous honesty, and I don't use the public comment process ever in an abusive manner. I speak on this matter today about IG because I sincerely want to learn about its role in helping to build a better BART, because I am simply an ordinary rider of BART and want to have all the resources and tools available so I can have the safest, most reliable, and most affordable experience that I can have on BART. So thank you for bringing this forward. But I think that we should have a piece of a report in the future that will help to showcase where the IG fits in with the riders and the public in general. I would hope that it would be an organization that would be external rather than internal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. If I could ask staff from the IG's office to reach out, it would be greatly appreciated and connect with Ms. Dupree. Are there any additional public comments?
We do.
Okay.
Caller with the last four numbers 6,000, you can dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, BART Board, President Foley, BART Board, and General Manager Bob Powers. My name is Sal Cruz, President of the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, Local 3993. The following comments are similar to those I made before the Audit Committee on Tuesday. We were disappointed to read the annual report of the Office of the Inspector General characterize discussions over the charter between BART's labor unions and the Inspector General as compromising the ethical and independent standards of the office. BART's labor unions respect the decision of the legislature to create this office and by no means desire to impede its mission. Quite the contrary, we hope to enhance it. But we must ensure that our members' hard-earned labor and representation rights are respected and observed as prescribed by existing labor management relations statutes, collective bargaining agreements, and labor law. Every transit agency with an Office of the Inspector General operates with a charter reflective of its own environment and values, and yet they still achieve their objectives. Our goal is to ensure that this charter achieves its goals while providing the representation guarantees that exist now for our employees, that are fair and reasonable and conducive to BART's labor unions and the Inspector General, demonstrating accountability to the public and its employees. We've always been ready to engage the Inspector General in coming to a final resolution and believe we were doing so until reading this report. Crafting a charter for the Office of the Inspector General for a transit organization that's been around for 50 years presents its challenges, but we stand ready to continue our discussion so every party involved can be assured their respective roles, responsibilities, and perspectives are reflected in this charter. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Do we have any additional public comment, Madam Secretary?
Caller 9483, you may dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, President Foley, BART Board of Directors, and General Manager Powers. My name is John Orantes, BART Chapter President, SEIU 1021. It is disingenuous to imply that if addressing the union's concerns will cause the OIG to be in violation of the audit independence standards, or that it prevents the OIG from being able to do its job. The opposite is true, and workers' rights will be respected per labor law and the contract. This isn't a dictatorship where people have no rights, can be interrogated and or intimidated without their rightful representation. The changes that we have proposed in no way violate the statute passed by the legislature. When we asked the OIG, how does our request to be able to represent our members during interviews prevent the OIG from doing its job? The response from the OIG is that it just does. The enacted statute was created for the OIG to conduct audits, to report its findings to the BART board, the legislature, and the governor, so that corrective action can be taken. Instead, the proposed charter causes the BART board to report to the OIG, and it allows the OIG, in coordination with other external individuals, to run BART by the use of audits and the implementation of its recommendations. BART, the BART board, the general manager, its workers, and the unions that represent them aren't corrupt. But every report put out by the OIG puts out the innuendo that we all are, and that we are trying to prevent the OIG from being able to do its job. We take a lot of offense to that. BART workers have died before and during the pandemic, while working very hard and putting their lives at risk daily to keep BART moving. They do not appreciate such false innuendos. We have been and continue to be invested and committed to work together to find a solution that addresses all parties' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Madam Secretary, are there any additional public comments?
There are not.
All right. So let me turn this over to board comments, and it looks as though Director Lee has her hand raised.
Great, thank you so much, President Foley. So I want to thank you, Harriet, for presenting your report here today, for the work that has gone into this report. I want to be on the record to state that having an office of the Inspector General is good for BART. I welcome the opportunity to continue improving the district and the functioning of California's largest rail system. I do believe a successful, well-functioning OIG, when we get there, is going to be good for BART, our riders, and our employees. So I am invested in making the OIG successful, and I'm sure other board members feel similarly. So Harriet, I've read over your report, and I have a few questions really specifically around the risk assessment, noting that the board directors have not seen it yet. My understanding is that the risk assessment will ultimately translate to your annual audit plan, which is going to be a major step forward for the IG's office, something I'm looking forward to. So I really, more than having a ton of comments here, just have like 4 or 5 questions here for you, Harriet. So first, can you give an update on the timeline for presenting the risk assessment and audit plan to the audit committee and the full board?
So the timeline has been somewhat dependent on other people. When I've thought it's coming at a certain time, then certain things have moved it out. I am right now expecting to bring it to the audit committee in August. And so I think when we move forward beyond that will depend on what happens with it at the audit committee.
Okay, so August, thank you. And then next, to really dig into this, as you know, the board is ultimately responsible for managing your performance. How do you foresee us as the board engaging with your risk assessment and ultimately your audit plan to make sure it's responsive to the policy priorities that we as a board set?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, how do you see you working with the board? How do you, foresee us as a board engaging with your risk assessment and the audit plan to make sure it's responsive to the policy priorities that we as a board set?
So the audit plan, when we bring it forward, it's typically an information document that these are the audits that we're planning to provide. I expect that we will be giving an overview of the risk assessment to the board. There's been discussion that it likely won't be a public document. It's not always the risk assessment is not always made a public document. So I think it's going to depend on how things are decided in the audit committee about how we're going to handle the risk assessment, the final version of the risk assessment. The audit plan will definitely be a public document. We will be putting that out and saying these are the audits that we plan. We'll provide some high-level audit objectives, which can be refined as we conduct the audits, and that is a typical process. So like I said, it's just kind of some of it's dependent on what happens at the audit committee.
Got it. I think it's helpful to, hear a little bit more clarity about what is or isn't public, how much is going to be put out there. I guess my question is a little bit less about public documentation. Maybe another way to word this is if the assessment contains findings or the audit plan includes things that we as a board doesn't feel is a priority. Let's say there are 5 of us that actively don't agree with that priority or feel that we've been really deeply informed of said concern. How would you engage us in that?
I would want to explain why, based on the risk assessment, it should be an area that we audit. There are some things that we're mandated to look at based on our statute. And then there are areas that we know to be high risk just based on the nature of them. And then some areas that the risk assessment would highlight as being potentially having an opportunity for improvement. And I think it's important to understand the difference between the way management might think of risk as something, completely failing versus the way we look at it as an opportunity for improvement. We're looking for what we commonly call the 5 E's: efficiency, effectiveness, economy, ethics, and equity. And those are stated in our professional standards. Those are the kinds of things we look at when we do performance audits. And that's how we would look at approaching our performance audits.
For sure. I'm not speaking on from the management position at all. I mean, we as the board oversee General Manager Powers. So he, in a way, has to do what we sort of tell him to do. And we judge his performance just as we are in charge of managing your performance. What I'm hearing right now, though, is that you're just going to present and sort of tell us what's going on, that we could give feedback and we can engage sort of via the audit committee and the full board, but that feedback will not change your risk assessment or the audit plan or the priorities laid out in either.
So the risk assessment, we're going through management comments right now to see if anything changes. And then we will use that as a basis for developing our audit plan and looking at the areas that we view as having the highest potential for improvement. I have asked all of the board members if they've had any, if they had any areas that were important to us to consider for the audit plan, and would continue to listen to that feedback as we develop that audit plan.
Okay, I will just say, given that we haven't, that the risk assessment is not ready for prime time to be presented, it's been a little bit hard as a board director to interact since I'm talking a lot in hypotheticals here. So the next question, I only have 2 more questions here. Acknowledging that some things you raised about the engagement of BART management around the risk assessment, that there were some things in your report, and I am grateful to hear that you are saying that there will be continued engagement and that engagement is active. I feel like that there was some characterization in the report that maybe sound a little bit different. But anyway, given that, have you engaged the general manager to confirm that what your consultants, TAP, reported is currently being addressed, therefore not needing your attention?
No. So when management says something is being addressed, they may be looking at it in one way where we might still look at it in another way. So I have to look at their comments to decide, and I'm going through those comments right now to decide if it would or would not affect how we would address things in our audit plan, what we would look at in our audit plan. And then as I bring the audit plan forward, I will discuss that in the context of, why we believe it is an area to be audited. We would be bringing forward some preliminary audit objectives that would kind of focus on what we would be looking at in an audit, which may or may not, they typically would not be the same as what management is already looking at. So I know management has some initiatives going forward. They've told us some of those. Some of those were brought up after the risk assessment was complete. They were not told to us during the risk assessment. And so it was new information that we have to look at and see how it affects how we might look at things for an audit plan.
For sure. I would imagine that would come up because this is the first time that we've ever done a risk assessment of this type, that there might be stuff that comes out and then they're like, oh, whoa, we didn't provide you that thing. I would just say this question around like redundancy. If, board feels like that issue X has really been looked into, that we're on top of it and that we're getting those updates, I would wonder whether that makes sense to include that as part of your audit plan. And again, it seems unclear to me what kind of engagement and feedback will happen short of informational presentations. The last question I have here, learning from the experience related to developing the OIG charter, I understand that significant challenges are still present as it relates to how you intend to collaborate with our labor partners. Can you tell us your strategy on how you're looking to engage them? And more specifically, if our labor partners have concerns or disagreements, how would you seek to work together with them to address those concerns?
So the disagreements that we have right now are really a difference in understanding what our professional standards mean and how they affect how we can work with them and how we can engage them in our processes. And as we move forward, I hope that as I explain that, they can understand what our professional standards require of us. We are required under state law to follow professional standards. And so it's really going to be a communication back and forth to see, how we work through this. And I do think that there's going to be, I know at least one area where we disagree, and we're going to have to agree to disagree. And when I bring the charter back to the audit committee, I will be explaining, more of what we didn't accept, why, so that they understand that also. At last week's meeting, we went through or earlier this week, we went through at the audit committee, we did go through the draft charter as it is at this point. And I commented on several areas where I have accommodated what the unions have requested. I do feel right now that I have accepted what I can to still be within the parameters of what our standards will allow us to accept. So I have to have more communication with the unions on that issue.
I would say that it doesn't seem like your approach to the risk assessment or audit plan differs particularly from how you approach the OIG charter. And so I'd be concerned about replicating the same issues and bringing up, some of the same sorts of concerns again. But I'll end my questions there, Harriet. Thank you for taking the time to answer those questions. Ultimately, as I said, I want you and BART to be successful. And the only way I see us getting there is to work together. For me, working together does not affect integrity or remove the independent oversight that the OIG brings. Working together does not run counter to the statutory mandates or professional standards that you hold. Working together is not a one-way street. As you just stated, it's a back and forth. And how you've characterized helping labor partners understand, whether it's risk assessment, audit plan, or, how you plan to engage the board does currently feel very one way. It feels like you are going to explain things to us and present things to us. I would say that in order to work together more effectively and productively, I'd really suggest that you ensure that you build consensus with us prior to outlining your final plans for your work in fiscal year 22. And I really look forward to seeing what the results of that is. So I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Ames.
Okay, wow, this is really informative. Thank you, Harriet. I appreciate all of your work and trying to forge ahead in developing the risk assessment. And I just wanted to focus on two components of your annual summary. And you mentioned that there are disconnects between management and staff, and that's very common from my experience as well, because I've had a performance audit perform in my group when I was in Palo Alto. And so I'd like you to elaborate on that, because you talked about having separate meetings between management and staff, and how that helps you develop your recommendations.
Yes, so typically what happens is management writes policies and procedures, and they expect staff to follow those. And when we go in and do an audit, we ask the people actually doing the work. We do meet with management and we get an overview from them, but we also talk to the people who are actually doing the work to get an understanding of what they do. And that's usually where we see the disconnect, where management says, this is what we do, this is how we do it, and staff says, no, this is how we do it. And usually we do believe what staff tell us they're doing, because they are the ones doing the work. And that is how we develop our recommendations, is based on what needs to change based on what staff tell us they're doing. Often it's called, a breakdown of internal controls. Management writes the policies and procedures so that they have internal controls in place for how something is supposed to be done, and to ensure that it's done in a safe and reliable way, a consistent manner, it's repeatable. But that isn't always what's happening. And sometimes it's also that we can just find ways for process improvement. Maybe they are following the policies and procedures and there's no breakdown in internal controls, but we see that they could do things in a different way, sort of leaning a process. And so there's different ways to approach it. And that's really kind of how we think about it and develop our recommendations based on what we see and where we see that there might be some opportunities for improvement.
Thank you, Harriet, because I think that's an important point in your report, the separation of the interviews, or actually you said there's a disconnect between the management and the staff. So when you're interviewing them individually, you're going to get two different stories potentially, maybe not. Or are you actually asking the staff to give you some recommendations of how they could do something better? I mean, are you getting that also out of these interviews?
So we do coordinate our recommendations with the whoever we're working with. Usually it's a combination of talking to the staff and also talking to management, because we want to make sure that the recommendations are feasible, that they will correct the issue that we're trying to address. So we do coordinate with them. Also, our process at the end of an audit and at the end of a investigation, we do give them a copy of the draft report, and they have an opportunity to look at that. If there is a factual error in a report, they can tell us what they believe is in error, but they have to provide us some evidence to support that it is in error. And then if they do and we revisit it, then we would make a change as appropriate. And then they have an opportunity to respond to our recommendations and tell us what their corrective action plan would be. And we will accept, hopefully by the time we've gotten to the point of making those recommendations, they know what our recommendations are going to be, because we have talked to them during an audit. But if they propose something different as they're thinking through their implementation plan and say, oh, this isn't going to work quite as we thought it would, and they propose something different, as long as it addresses the underlying issue, we do accept that.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to know if you could get some insights from the staff and management on different ways of doing things during that process. So it sounds like that can come about at some point, either through the interview process or with your draft recommendations. They may propose something else. It's addresses the issue. So, okay. And then the other issue, your budget, you've got, you had mentioned that you need to get 80 hours professional.
Continuing professional education.
Yeah. So how are we going to fund this? I mean, what is the solution to
Well,
make sure that happens?
One of the things that has been helpful actually in the past year is a lot of the training has gone online, which has made it less expensive. So we're hoping that we'll be able to do some more of that. There will be some instances where we might have to send someone to a specialized training or to a conference that is specialized. For example, the Association of Inspectors General puts on an annual conference that has provides really good insight. It also provides a good opportunity for our people to network with other IGs. And so I do anticipate that that my two staff will probably go to that this year. But to the extent that we can minimize travel expenses now as we get that training, we're going to try to do that and do as much as we can online, which will hopefully help with that, being able to continue to meet that requirement. But our professional standards require that we get 80 hours every 2 years. And the professional certifications we have also require 80 hours every 2 years. So we try to make sure that the training we get will meet both requirements so that we don't have to do, say 120 hours just to meet both of those requirements. We do try to look at the training in the context of, will it meet our continuing professional education requirements and our standards, as well as our certification requirements, so we can kind of meet both requirements at the same time without having to do extra.
Well, I just think that budget slide is really important. It shows how we really are underfunded almost at that point. So I hope we can find a way to support this. Maybe the board, we can talk about that as a separate meeting of how we can ensure that you have enough funding to do the work and to get the training. And then finally, I just wanted to comment on Ms. Dupree's idea, I guess, or he can comment about how can we engage the public, and how can the public see the benefit of this? I just wanted to get your insights on that, and then that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think as we start doing more, in the past 2 years have been a lot of establishing the office. Since we brought Jeff on board, we've gotten a lot more of the investigation backlog cleared. And as we start doing audits, I think that the public will start seeing more of the benefit to them as far as BART operating more efficiently, how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. So I think it will come naturally through time as we start doing more work.
Thank you. Director Ames, was that it? All right. I have Director Allen and then Director McPartland.
Well, first, I want to start by just really thanking you, Ms. Richardson, for all of the hard work and patience. And there's certainly been a number of challenges in the last year. And I just want to thank you for all of that. Starting up this office from nothing when it never existed before is a challenge all in itself. And I think we're growing, we're learning, and we will continue to do that as we move forward. I've followed this IG charter process very closely for over a year now. It was originally proposed, I think, in conjunction with a disagreement between staff and the IG, which generated discussion, and board members proposed that these things be documented in a charter, the parameters within which the office operates. I've always thought that was a good idea, so that there is some form of a written document to give to people, whether that's employees who are interested, or even we listened to Ms. Dupree ask about it. It would be great to be able to hand that charter to the public and say, these are the parameters within which the IG operates. I'm really disappointed that after over a year, we don't seem to be making any progress on this. And I have followed the communications quite closely. I want to kind of jump into a little bit of that, but I know we're short on time. With respect to Mr. Arante's comments, I don't know of any documented complaints by any employee about interrogation and intimidation by this Inspector General's office. So if those are out there, I would love to see them, but I think it's disingenuous for you to throw those kinds of words around when we are talking about, building an oversight office like this. And, similarly throwing in things about killing employees and whatever else was said. I just don't see where that has really any productive value here. The timeline of how this unfolded, has had a lot of hurdles and hoops to jump through, and even maybe a few rocks falling from the sky. So I just really want to thank Ms. Richardson for her patience in all of this, and probably your patience going forward too, because we're not done. At the end of the day, the Inspector General is required to perform her work within the laws of the state of California. And I do know, because I've followed the process of the charter, that she has actually made changes. She has met with our labor partners. She has made requests for information from them that have not been answered. She made changes to the charter to accept some of their proposed changes, but only ones that are both included within the state law and can also be balanced within the standards and requirements of her industry. So she operates in an industry that also has some laws and standards and requirements attached to it. So this is a difficult balancing act that she is doing here. The proposals from labor that I've reviewed, that I know that our IG seems to feel are not going to be ones she can accept, seem to be pointing at making new ground and new precedents in this Inspector General arena. New restrictions that are not dictated by laws, existing laws. They include informing, labor partners in advance of meetings when any employee is being interviewed, and the requirement to brief them on the nature of the investigations, regardless of whether the employee being interviewed is a subject of that investigation. This is not how BART has done things, any investigations in the past, even before the IG arrived. And it is not how any investigations that I know of are done within BART. It's not appropriate in the world of investigations, and you can ask, law enforcement people who do investigations or even others. It's not appropriate to go disclose your entire plan for investigation to a representative of the person being investigated, unless that person is the subject of that investigation. This is outside the current protocols that we've seen at BART, and it's really new ground. So I think that, and I really do believe in, if you really sit and break this apart, that it will impede the standards of the Inspector General's investigations and processes and her independence. So I know there are a lot more things to your report I'm not going to address, but I do look forward to an audit plan. I think that is an important part of the Inspector General's office. I don't think that, and I've also spent a lot of time looking at the comments that came back from staff members about some of the things in the risk assessment. I've not seen the full report myself. I don't think any board member has. But I did attempt to try to get a sense of what kinds of comments were coming back from staff. And what I found is that there were some valid points raised with respect to a few things that are in the report that may be factually inaccurate. But remember that much of the report was done by a third-party contractor, and it was done in the context of interviewing sometimes lower level employees and people at all levels. And so you will get different explanations in a large organization like this. It's to be expected. I don't think it's worthwhile to go through and address many of the comments that I saw, which really were opinions, or if some of the things that may have actually been factual allegations of factual misstatements, they were just really not relevant to the overall development of an audit plan. So, one of the things in our world of public accounting and audits and things, one of the things that we refer back to often is materiality. I reviewed over probably 60 pages of comments that had come from staff members. I don't think it's worthwhile for us to spend our time debating all of those things. And I don't think it's really worthwhile for the IG to do that either, other than to look at the bigger areas and address, if there was information in there that could actually change the audit plan, then, certainly addressing the factual natures of those things up front is useful. But it was I know there's a lot of information there. I'll just leave it at that. Those are my comments with respect to the budget of this office. Every year that goes by that the budget remains at $1 million is a year that our Inspector General can purchase less and less services for that office. And so that really does have to be addressed. At the end of the day, to put it in context, $1 million of Inspector General audit oversight against $2.4 billion per year being spent. So I think we have to look at her budget in the context of the size of this agency and the complexity. Certainly, if she had had more time, spent more time and more money on the risk assessment, I'm sure we would have, produced a better product that other people would have been happier, that was more well-researched and so on. But it was done with the resources available. And so I think from there, we have to move on. That is all I have for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Allen. Let's move to Director McPartland. You can close us up here.
Do I get to bat cleanup?
Yes, you do, sir.
All right. Thank you. Harriet, thank you very much for your report. And someone else ended up saying thank you for your patience. I would like to thank you for your persistence, otherwise known as your tenacity, in order to be able to continue with the challenges you have with the staffing. If you can go to slide number 9, please. Okay, looking at slide number 9, and I guess one
more. It's yeah.
There you go. Okay, looking at that, I know in industries, whether it be in the auto industry or whether it be retail or whether it be in public service with law enforcement, pretty much your industry faces the same plethora of depth and breadth of problems and need for solutions and workloads. And I look at what you've got in comparison as far as percentage is concerned. And I was wondering, and it's not like you've got time to spend doing those kind of things, but I was wondering if you have any sense of what your workload is in comparison to those other agencies that have bigger budgets and bigger staffs.
I have not asked them what their actual output is I would have to have some conversations with some of them to do that. Some, for example, audit reports are typically available on their websites. They do not all publish their investigation reports. So I'd have to contact them to get counts on those kinds of things. Also the number of complaints. So, you know, it's not just how many investigations they do, but it's also more of, you know, how many complaints do they get, because there's work involved with those, even if they don't move forward with an investigation. And looking at, I know LA and WMATA there and Caltrans, their functions are very similar to ours. New York MTA has a broader function in that they also do work that's similar to what our independent police auditor does. If there's an accident, they go out on the scene to see what's going on and how it's being managed, that sort of thing. We don't do that. So I would have to have some more conversations with each of them to do that, but I could do that.
All right, well, if you have time, but with a staff of 3, you're pretty strapped. That's kind of what my concern is, and it's not necessarily a function of BART as it is the availability of funding resources, because we're dependent upon the state. And if I'm not correct, or I believe I'm correct in that. And so we need to end up finding a solution to be able to give you the resources to be able to effectively do your job. And I don't think we're doing it as well as we can, and we're going to end up needing to approach that at the state level to try to get you some help. You've got a bunch of other issues that, again, the same kind of problems with like industries. I would imagine that some of the barriers that you're running into, you're able to talk to your colleagues in the field and find out that they're the same kind of problems across the board.
I have talked to all of those about our challenges. They do not have the same kind of challenges that we have. And for a variety of different reasons, some of it is based on the way they are set up. For Caltrans, the Office of the Independent Audits and Investigations, they were set up just a little bit before we were. Their legislation came in 2017. And then in 2019, there was some amending legislation that added language about access to records, the unlimited and unrestricted access to records people, and that sort of thing, which is common language in OIG charters, in legislation, that sort of thing. LA, their IG was set up when Metro was set up, and so, when Metro was set up, and so they have a very brief paragraph in the state legislation, but then their board adopted administrative section rules in their administrative code, and it's what I've put forward in the charter is very similar. Well, my first draft of the charter was very similar to what they have in theirs, and so they're I also talked to LA about 2 weeks ago, and just kind of said, how are you doing things with, coordinating with others? And they do not have the same challenges we have.
Okay. Back to the issue of tenacity. And in some cases, we'll end up having this conversation and it will continue. But thank you for your patience. Thank you for your persistence. Thank you for your tenacity. And thank you for reaching out and trying to maintain communications with the directors. And that's all I've got without getting into the nuts and bolts of a number of individual subjects. I appreciate that we've got an IG. I appreciate the job that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McPartlin. Director Duffy, did you have a closing comment?
No, I just wanted to see if either John Orantes or Sal Cruz wanted to clarify what the collective bargaining agreement requires for questioning or meetings. Maybe it'd be helpful to put that on the table.
All right, Madam Secretary,
Is this agendized?
It's a relevant topic that's part of what's been discussed.
I mean, it was a report from the IG. I'm not sure the agenda of discussing the labor components is here. I'd love to agendize it myself, but.
Well, if you want to ask the general counsel if I'm out of
yeah,
order.
that's what I was going to recommend. Can we get some guidance from general counsel? I mean, I think it falls under the scope of the annual report, but maybe not.
Hi, this is Gina Zealand Peterson, Associate General Counsel. Yes, I do believe it's properly agendized. The agenda includes the IG's report, which included information about back and forth with the union regarding their interactions.
Okay. Madam Secretary, do we have?
Mr. Arantes, you may address the board.
Thank you.
Hi, Board of Directors, John Arantes. So I'm not going to go through the whole language, all right? So I just want to put it in general terms. All we're asking is that the contract be followed and to follow labor law in regards to conducting interviews and investigations and representations by the union of our employees when such interviews and investigations are occurring. That's all. We're not asking for the Inspector General to give us what their plan is, all that information. We just want to be able to be present when our members request representation by the union. That's simple. We are not trying or attempting to gain anything that is different. This is just how it's been done in the last 40, 50 years. And there should be no concern. People being properly represented, if the people doing investigations know how to do their job, should be no issue or concerns of people having proper representation. Any other attempt is due to inability to perform those duties and an attempt to intimidate people and violate their rights. That's all we're asking. Everybody has rights. And I like to make the comment that even criminals, going back to what Inspector Deborah Allen spoke about, even criminals are being interrogated by the police, questioned by the police, have a right to representation by law. That's all we ask them. Follow the contract and labor law, nothing else. Any indication of anything being different is totally untrue. And we do agree with a lot of directors have spoken up today and indicated everybody wants the Inspector General to be successful and for BART to be successful. That is the final goal. So I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I would just like to correct the record. Inspector Deborah Allen, I did not say that BART kills workers. BART workers work real hard. They work with high voltage trains, very dangerous work out there. We are at risk every day we come to work, and people have died and sacrificed their lives to make BART successful. So I would appreciate that my words do not get flipped and used in a different way. So thank you very much, and I wish you all well.
Director Duffy, did you have anything additional?
No, I just didn't know if Mr. Cruz is still part of the meeting. I certainly wanted to extend it to him, but if he doesn't, I'm not calling on him. It's his prerogative. So I don't know if the district secretary.
I don't see his hand.
Great. Thank you.
We will watch.
He is no longer on the call.
Thank you.
Director Allen, do you have something to add before we close?
Yes, I want to thank Mr. Arantes for the comments. I think, what he opened his comments with just now are actually a major step forward, because that is not what I saw in the proposed drafts of the charter that came from his side previously. And so I think if that's really what we're talking about and we can stick to what was said there, I think maybe we can make progress on this charter and get to a point where both sides agree.
Thank you. IG Richardson?
Yes, I just wanted to say, if that is what John Arantes is asking for, I think we have consensus on the charter at this point, because we did add language that ensures that we are in compliance with the law. The language we put in there about Weingarten rights and the right to representation when an employee is the subject of an interview and has reasonable belief that they may be subject to discipline as a result of it, is what the law requires, and that's what we have committed to. And we would have done that without even putting it in the charter because it is required by law, but it is in the charter. So maybe we can just finalize the charter at this point.
Well, I appreciate the comments from all sides of this conversation and hope that the Inspector General can continue to work and maybe it looks like reach some sort of resolution on this in the near future. So thank you for that. And we shall conclude this item in hopes that we can move on to the administrative committee. Just as a time check before we start that, and I turn it over to Chairperson Lee, we're at around 12:08. Hopefully we can work efficiently to get through and get us to closed session at around 1. We'll certainly have to check in as we get closer. But with that, Chairperson Lee, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you so much, President Foley. I think Director Dufty probably gave the best intro to the upcoming presentation we're going to get from the very exuberant Sylvia Lamb. So 7A is for information presentation on capital program controls. Staff.
Thank you, Chairperson Lee. This is Pamela Herhold, Assistant General Manager, Performance and Budget. So just a quick introduction. Today's presentation is the third in a series of information items covering BART's capital program. You will recall a June 9th memo, which provided information on the benefits of BART's capital project acceleration efforts due to our reduced service hours, and a project list for the 256 capital projects underway in fiscal year 22. The memo also noted that staff would be back to the board with 2 presentations. The first presentation in June reviewed BART's capital project selection framework, which is used to select projects for funding and advancement. Today, Sylvia Lamb, Assistant Chief Engineering Officer, and Carl Holmes, Assistant General Manager of Design and Construction, will walk us through the second presentation, Capital Program Controls. And with that, I will turn the deck over to Sylvia.
Thank you, and hello again, directors. This is my favorite part of my day because I love this subject. So today we're going to talk about capital project controls here at BART. This is a brief agenda of walking you through what we're going to talk about, where it's the snapshot. Then we're going to talk about our culture and key performance metrics and how we have consistency, transparency, and quality, and then our controls evolution. So the next slide, please. This is the FY22 budget snapshot. Most of you have seen this already. We have a total of 256 projects this year for $1.4 billion. Over to the left is the dollars by capital improvement program category, but I want to draw your attention to the middle. First, you'll see the budget by funding source. This is something that Priya mentioned when she did the capital priority presentation, because we have different budget sources and each budget or each source has different requirements that we need to follow. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Next, to the right of that, I'd like you to look at the funding allocation. Of our 256 projects, 241 of them are fully funded. Of the 15 that are not fully funded, 7 of them have an ongoing source defined and 8 need a plan. You saw in the RR program where we talked about projects by phases. So below at the bottom is the FY22 number of projects and dollars in each phase of the projects. And we'll talk more about that as we move forward. Next slide. So you may remember this slide from Priya's presentation about capital project selection. She got to go over 1 through 5 and I get the orange box. So the project's been prioritized, we've got funding, and now we're moving forward. Next slide. Arguably, the Project Management Institute, or PMI, is the industry and international standard for project management and project controls. They define project controls as a process that utilizes everything in our toolbox: resources, procedures, people, everything that we have to control all phases of the capital project lifecycle. At BART, RR was really the catalyst for us to kick this up another notch and start building a project management culture. We've used this culture to implement the elements from PMI, which are also consistent with FTA, by the way, where we're using these elements: schedule, budget and cost tracking, earned value, risk management, and project reviews in order to build this single source of truth. But I want to talk a little bit more about the project management culture, because we don't just focus on the project managers. For instance, PMI has a certification program called a project management professional, or PMP. We don't only encourage our project managers to get that, we also have project team members, our resident engineers, for instance, stakeholders and executives. But again, getting back to that single source of truth, what we're trying to do is gather all this information for a project and put it in a place where this data is interlaced and we can double check and back check. For instance, for a schedule, you have an activity, that activity has a beginning date and an end date. The budget and cost has when you're going to run out of money and how much money is for each activity. By having a single source of truth, we're able to transparently check back and forth to make sure all of these elements tell a similar story about the project. A couple of other things towards the project management culture that we're pretty proud of is we've started a project management forum that we have every 2 weeks to discuss each of these elements in detail. And we just kicked off the first session of our BART specific project manager boot camp. Next slide.
So BART nuances, there's a lot here, and what we're trying to do is describe the challenges or the level of difficulty in executing a capital project on BART property. And so there's 4 different categories that we have here on the slide. The first is in regards to just the limited amount of access, geographical access, as well as the number of hours per day or night to be able to work in our right-of-way. And the key thing is making sure that we have the right amount of access for our ridership to be able to ride the trains, and also the safety aspect in terms of making sure that our employees are safe next to our capital projects, whether the capital projects are delivered by in-house labor or outsourced to contractors. And then also just making sure that we have a safe access for our traveling public. Then we have the funding restrictions, whether it's having certain funding sources for specific types of projects, or also the timing of the funding sources to make sure that we can deliver the projects with those available funds when they become available to us. Next is the contracting requirements, and that ranges from whether the projects are design bid build or design build or other alternative delivery methods, but then even getting into the subcontracting aspect and making sure that we are unbundling projects where we can, working with the Office of Civil Rights to be good stewards, so that there are ample opportunities for whether it's smaller businesses or minority or women-owned businesses to be able to be competitive in bidding and executing projects for the district. And then lastly on this slide, in regards to the aging infrastructure, and you've heard this before, but when you dive into it, there's a lot that we tend to find when we open up a wall or we open up, we excavate something on our property. We're approaching 50 years, and in terms of our age of our infrastructure, but we have as-built drawings that show where things are. But again, those as-built drawings are also about 50 years old. So the level of detail and what is expected nowadays with technology is much different from decades ago. Next slide. So time equals money. In terms of the 5 phases of a project, starting from planning and going all the way through closeout, what's shown here is the level or the extent of a cost of the project. And so the timing of decisions is it's much more important to be able to get that influence of making a decision earlier on in a contract. However, there are some cases where if we try to analyze everything during the design phase or the planning phase, we may find that it could take a lot longer for us to complete the design, or we still may not find the right amount of detail because we would have to open up everything to be able to make sure that we had every detail covered. And we have to manage that with the cost of construction each year with escalation. But we do, in general, try to look at ways to get that better influence on decision-making on the earlier phases of the contracts.
Next slide. Thanks, Carl. So back to PMI and our project controls and project management processes. PMI has about 49 proposed processes that you should do within these 5 groups. So the process groups are called initiating and then planning and executing. I like to think of those always as happening at the same time. You do a little bit of planning, but while you're executing, you're also planning for the next phase and then closing. So it should probably not be a surprise that the bread and butter of monitoring and control is project controls. So next slide. Again, to the left, you see the process groups. Some of you may have noticed that executing isn't on here because the only process in executing is get the work done. The rest of this is how we're getting the work done. So processes are primarily, the biggest processes or number of processes are in monitoring and controlling and closing. So these are the BART specific procedures that are happening in each of those process groups on the left. To the right, you have a list of the folks that are involved in those processes, either through implementing the process or checking the process. The way it works at BART is tasks are segregated so that no one team can complete a task without review and oversight by another team. I didn't list everybody on here just from a geographical perspective on this slide, but I do want to point out that the finance group and executive group, those also include the controller treasurer. So new funding has to be assigned by the controller based on the funding agreement. And every single thing that we spend money on gets reviewed by the controller's office. Next slide. These are key performance metrics. We're going to talk a little bit more as we go through that we don't apply the same metrics or the same amount of controls to every type of project, but these are industry standard key metrics that are used again in PMI and also with FTA. Schedule, we look at baseline, milestones and forecasting. In some cases, we also look at a critical path. Forecasting budget is about knowing whether we have enough budget to do the work. Are we doing any scope creep? Earned value, we talked about on our report, and I'll talk about a little bit more for the CPI and SPI. And then risk management is where we're identifying items of risk, but also contingency. And that's an improvement opportunity for us in the future. But as I said, we don't do the same level of controls on everything. For instance, we had a project to do a station agent booth at eBART. That was a 3-month project. There would be no value in doing earned value for 3 months because we're looking for trends and it would be done before we can do that. So what we do look at those other complexity factors, and we do this as an objective standpoint. So it's not just one person saying this project's more important than another. And we look at external commitments. Those are commitments, for instance, that we made to the board, dependency on other resources, environmental conditions, public impact, the amount of BART access required, as Carl talked about earlier, and then any specialized equipment or materials. And then we always stay focused on the priority ranking that we had at the beginning of the year to make sure that we're keeping focused on our right projects. Next slide. So one of these metrics is project scheduling. And you can see that we're doing the exact same thing that's done in the industry standard. And the first thing with the schedule is identifying your work breakdown structure, or WBS. What you see in the box to the right is a standard waterfall type WBS, and this is our standard at BART, broke down by 35, 65, 95, and final. We also have a standard work breakdown structure for design build. This would be design bid build up above. And then systems projects are slightly different because they use an agile approach as opposed to waterfall. So when we're developing our schedules, first we're doing a work breakdown structure. How are we going to do the work? Then we're looking at activities and the resources needed to do those. And then how do we sequence those activities? If we have to finish one sequence before we do it, or one activity before we do another, obviously those two together are going to take longer than if we can do them together. So we're looking at that, what the durations are, and we're getting team and stakeholder review of this before we commit to what we're going to do on our schedules and doing monthly updates as a minimum. Next slide. But additionally at BART, we also do a deconfliction evaluation. And what that means is on a weekly basis, we look at the work that's going to go on in the next week, and that could be in the track or in stations, to make sure that we're not interrupting each other, we're not impacting each other, and that we have the right resources to do the work. We also on a monthly basis get together and look at a 3-year outlook And this helps us with our longer term planning, like Director Ames asked about earlier, where we see the K-line interlocking coming up and we see the progress of CBTC, and we're making sure those two are not impacting each other. Next slide. And probably my favorite topic, earned value management. This is an integrated management tool. And we use this for a management tool as opposed to a reporting tool. And the reason is we're looking for trends. We're trying to see to make sure that the project's staying on track. And especially for our longer term projects, you want to know early that your project manager is able to estimate and keep on with what they said they're going to do. The way I look at earned value is you're going to say what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, and how much it's going to cost. And then we're going to look to make sure you did what you said, when you said, and you paid the right
Make a
amount.
note to send that to your sister.
Hey, sorry.
Next slide,
Yeah,
please.
Go ahead.
But the earned value is only a snapshot in time. And in order to really understand how the projects are going to do is we need an estimate at completion or a forecast. Now, a lot of project managers will try to take your budget, subtract what you spent and go, okay, that's how much it's going to take to do the work. We don't do that at BART. What we do is encourage a behavior where at a point in time, you look at everything that's left to do, you do an independent estimate of what you think it's going to do, what it's going to take to do that work, and add that to what you spent, and then make sure that that's under budget or ahead of schedule. And if not, you create mitigation plans. So this is how we use to resolve funding gaps, manage scope creep again, and make sure our stakeholders are aligned with what we're doing, that everybody knows. And we do risk management and resource management. Next slide. The risk management process we use, if you look at the left, that's the process that we're using to go through. Again, this is an industry standard and also it follows an FTA standard. I do want to point out as we talk about risks though, not all risks are negative, right? Some risks could be an advantage. We could recognize, identify a point in time where we could exercise an opportunity to our advantage. To the right, bottom right, is our risk scoring metrics. This is, again, is very standard. We're looking at the probability of a risk happening versus how's it going to impact us. Is it going to delay us? Is it going to speed us up? Is it going to cost us more money? Would it cost us less money? And then at the upper right, you see an example of an actual risk item. You can see the kind of detail that's being put into that. One of the areas that I'm going to talk about later is that we want to improve on how we assign contingency to risk items. Next slide. So quality management. We are following an ISO 9000 standard, which is the Plan, Do, Check, Act, and ISO 9000 also has a risk component to it. You may already know that RS&S is ISO 9000 certified, and we are now in the process of getting the rest of the district ISO 9000 certified. But when I look at quality management, it's not just about how we're doing the work. We're actually applying this quality process to the project controls process as well. Next slide. But the biggest part of making sure our project controls are doing well are in our project and program reviews and reporting. We're capturing more than just scope, schedule, budget. We're capturing approximately, in some cases, 45 pieces of data on our projects. And the reason that we do that is because the more data we have, it helps us be prepared for funding opportunities. It allows, for instance, if we put in that we are doing LEDs on a certain number of projects and a funding becomes available for LEDs, we can search through and say these ones are ready. Many of our funding opportunities that pop up like that, they have a requirement that you're shovel ready, that you spend the money within the next 2 years. So it's really important that we're ready for that. When the money comes available, that we're ready to use it. So this project review and capturing that information is really important. It also gives us an objective evaluation of the project. So we're not just relying on a project manager to say, hey, I'm doing great. I think Director Allen said that earlier, that at 20%, we're doing great, and at 80%, oops. This allows us to be tracking it all the way through to make sure that the project manager is estimating accurately and that we have a good idea if we need to apply any mitigation as we move forward. We also capture lessons learned through the projects that we use on future projects. So the next slide, please. This is an example of a project dashboard or report. This one happens to be one of those cases where we were able to take advantage of funding when it became available. There was a funding opportunity for slope stabilization. We'd identified slope stabilization as something that needed to be done. And so we were able to use it on this project. We have different formats of this, but this is one that we use for a quarterly project update with executives. Next slide. This is just a number of reports that we're doing on a regular basis of what frequency and the folks that are involved in those reports or reviews. One of the things that we try to do also is not continually talk about reporting and try to take advantage of those reports. So for instance, we are required to report to FTA on a quarterly basis. So as long as we're having to create a report for FTA, we're gathering additional information during that report or reviews that we could use in RR or other things to make sure that that story is consistent. And the next slide. So I talked on one thing about evolution, and that's adding contingency to risk. This is something we're hoping to come back to the board with a presentation on. But using those risk registers and identifying how much money we should set in our budget in case those risks happen, and contingency management. Another area that we want to improve on is stakeholder engagement. You may know that OCC or Central is very important to every project going on. They need to know what's happening. But if you think about it, we have 256 projects with a 35, 65, 95, 100% review. So it's a little overwhelming to try to get them to be involved throughout the project. So we're finding better ways to get stakeholder engagement. But really what we wanted to do is say, how do we evaluate how we're doing at BART versus the rest of the industry? And so we went on Google and the internet and found the project management maturity model that's used by PMI. Now there's lots of different versions of this. So this is the one that we chose to use as it applies a lot to our project controls that we're doing here at the district. If you look at this, we are spanning between defined and optimized. And the reason I say that is if you look at the descriptions for each of these, optimized is what we're doing with RR and core capacity, but not all of our projects require the same amount of controls or the same amount of reviews. And we need to figure out what that balance is, especially with 256 projects going on around in this fiscal year. So I think we're doing a good job. I'm really, really proud of our teams. We have teams across every one of the executive offices that are helping with this. And I'm not only proud of the contributions they've made to get us here, I'm proud of the commitment that they all of us have in working together to keep evolving our project controls maturity and our project management culture. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Sylvia and Carl. Before we do board comments, and if you would like to make a comment as a board director, please just use the raise hand function. Let's go to public comment first.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Janice Lee and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Very good presentation. It's always good to talk about railroading, and we're definitely doing it today. And it's well laid out. I mean, yes, a lot of this stuff is way above my pay grade, but that's okay because you're all experts in this. But I still deem myself qualified to speak to you today because I have experience. A half a century of riding the New York City subway and remembering the days of the graffiti and the broken lights and all kinds of other things. And I think the theme of our capital project controls and oversight should be about not letting our infrastructure deteriorate to failure. There are 2 tunnels under the Hudson River that are 110 years old. Then there's some other ones, and we're wondering how much longer are they going to last? And I don't want our BART, this system that I care about, to end up there. And it is only through our conscious investment and this desire to build and to fix and to maintain that we're going to be able to have the BART that we all want, which is a BART that works. And I would say that as we prioritize our projects, what I want most is the projects that are going to give me a safe, reliable, and affordable ride. There's a lot of things that get us to that place, and work is best done sooner rather than later because of the issues of escalation. I have no idea how much Gateway in under the Hudson River is going to cost when they get it done. It's going to be a while, and it's long overdue. I don't want us to end up there. So certainly, it's the things that we cannot see. You can go to Grand Central Terminal and see a beautiful building, but what good is that building if the train shed is falling apart? Yes, they're starting to do some work on that because they know that. So we have to think that ourselves. We have these nice rail cars that I have become to enjoy, but it doesn't do us any good if the tracks and power and the wires and the tunnels don't give us the platform for these beautiful new rail cars to work. So I want a BART, not just a BART that works, not just a BART that is acceptable. And certainly I like the idea of a BART that's world class. And I aspire to a BART that is great and legendary. But I think everything we do should be framed in the idea that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other public comments?
There are none.
Great. All right, we'll go to board director comments. It'll be Director Allen, then Director Rayburn, then Director Ames.
Thank you, Chair Lee. So as I said to Sylvia and the team in the preview of this presentation, I'm thrilled to see conceptually that we have a plan for project controls in these major construction projects. This is the first time in my 4.5 years at BART that anyone has actually presented this information as to how we plan a project and much of the detail that we go through. We have to start with a plan, and the transformation of how we build things is very much needed. And I think this is a great start to that. Metrics are important though, and communicating those metrics to us as a board is really important. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying in the previous presentation. I won't repeat it. But there's more reporting that is needed period to period. And if we establish regular reporting for a period, maybe for the board that has to be annually or quarterly or whatever it is, not more than annually, that we can, as a board, can become comfortable with our oversight role from period to period. And so I think that, as I said in the last presentation, there's more needed here. But I did have a conversation at the end with Sylvia, and I want to just ask this question again. Because the board approved a very large expenditure a couple of years ago to implement the database for project management. And so a couple of questions related to that. The first question is, some of the dashboards that you've shown us here, I think you showed us one particular project. What software is that dashboard from? And is that the new system that we're implementing?
That is not the new system yet, but will be. That's a dashboard from Excel. That's generated from Excel.
Okay, so in the conversation we had, many of these things that you've portrayed here today are done in different types of programs, budgeting in Excel and scheduling in P6. Is P6 been rolled out to all project managers across all projects at this point?
Yes, we have an enterprise version of P6 that we're using across the district.
Excellent, it's a good product. So I think the important point that I want to make here is that we still have a very large implementation of this project management software. And what's the name of it?
PPMS, Project Portfolio Management System.
Okay, PPMS. So that is the big database that's coming that we hope will tie everything together and make things, the data more seamless and the flow more seamless. Is that correct?
Yes, it will definitely lay the foundation for helping us move to even a different level. But the data right now is captured together, but yes. That's absolutely true.
Well, great. I love the work you've done so far, but there's a lot more work to do. And I want to thank all of the staff members in planning, development, construction. And I think M&E crosses into some of this on some projects. Yes.
Yes, M&E, planning, capital budgets, the officer of controller, treasurer, everybody.
This is a huge undertaking for an agency this size, and I just want to tell you, I'm very proud that we are moving in this direction. But we really need to move fast because you know, many agencies have been in this stuff for a very long time before us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you for those comments, Director Allen. Next is Director Rayburn, and then Director Ames.
Thank you, Chair Lee. And Sylvia, you answered by responding about the controller treasurer involvement. I can see how this should dovetail directly with their in payment systems. Turning to the last slide, the project controls. You mentioned that you hope to come back to the board. Could you elaborate on the timeline and what your expectations to report on would be? I assume you want to move that needle from defined through integrated into fully optimized enterprise level systems. What's the timeline?
We'll be back this fiscal year, Director. Yeah.
So, and is this based on new software that we're utilizing or training of the personnel?
I would say it's just a normal evolution of what we're doing, right? So as soon as you start controlling information and you gather it all in, you can see more information that you can do. And one of the areas that I would like to see us, and we're all, I think, committed to improving, is as we do these risk assessments, is to make sure that we have our contingency assigned to these risk assessments, and then making sure we have the right contingencies in projects as we move forward. So that's one area right there.
And just one last question. Does the CIP, I mean, I've always thought of the first cut on the CIP is unveiled to the directors in the short range transportation plan. And so how do you see the tools that you're developing fit within that short range transportation plan? Does it become obsolete and we have a new plan to put forward? What's your thinking here?
No, I would think that what we're doing and what we're doing with all of our data would then feed into the short range transportation plan, but it would not become obsolete.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great presentation, everyone.
Yes, Director Rayburn. Next up is Director Ames, and then I'll close it out.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Lee and the team. So I guess I'm really intrigued by this. It's a, you know, quite a process and an evolution that's happened over, I guess, the 5 years. So I applaud the staff for making this happen. And Sylvia, I just wanted to get into like the risk management and the timing of decisions. So you had mentioned that we would then assess some contingencies based on the risks of the project. Is this during the design and construction, or just the construction component?
Director, thank you. Good question. No, we would start in the planning phase as we're doing our very initial risk assessments, and then lay those out moving forward, and then review them, which is what we're doing right now. We do review them on a quarterly basis as by project. So it would be through the life cycle of the project. Now, new risks could come up in construction that we weren't aware of, and then we would add them to the risk assessment.
I guess another.
Sorry, Carl, go ahead.
Another thing to add is we currently at the construction phase have the 10% contingency, and you know, across the board that may not be the right level of contingency percentage. Maybe that we need to go 15% or 20% given the potential complexity of a project or a location. And so that's something that we're looking at, and as part of our returning back to the board, we will have some recommendations for that.
Okay, thanks, Carl, for bringing that up. I Because it is hard to stay within 10% contingency on a normal project. So I like to see the risk assessment done in the planning phase. I guess Sylvia was mentioning it's even earlier. So that, a lot of contingency usage in construction can be resolved in the design phase or pre-design. But to your point, there's a lot of unknowns that maybe you don't have in the as-built, and you may have to do a lot of research to get accurate plans to an accurate site condition so you don't run into surprises. So to hope that the staff, when they come back and ask for additional contingency on projects because they're complex, that we have also a plan in place to basically minimize the risk of those kind of issues during the pre-design and design phase. And again, I applaud this effort, and would also like to see the infrastructure backlog kind of get reassessed to see what might come up in the next 3 years when you develop your 3-year capital planning. And Sylvia, can you just elaborate on your 3-year capital planning? Because it's very impressive. You have a lot of projects. So I'd like you to talk about that a little bit, and then I'm done.
Yes, thank you, Director. We actually do a longer planning. We do for our state of good repair projects, there's a 30-year planning. But on a yearly basis, when we do the capital budget planning, we reassess all of the projects for the next 5 years, and then we do a cost estimate on the next 3 years in order to do the next fiscal year budget, so that we make sure we're always refreshing that and staying on priority.
That's great. Yeah, it's a very complex process. I'm glad you're doing that monthly, correct? Or
No, we do that yearly when we assess for the longer term.
It's
yes.
the capital budget planning exercise that we do on an annual basis.
Okay.
And so we don't just look at 1 year, we look at a few years out, whether it's 3 years or.
Okay, great. No, that's fantastic. Thanks so much, you guys. Doing a great job. Keep it up, and hopefully we'll get more of this next time. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Director Ames. I just want to echo what everyone else has said, which is a lot of thanks here. I mean, I do want to note that a lot of this work has been brewing to get to this point. It isn't like in the last 3 months you've been just putting this together and showing us some nice little infographic-y kind of things. I think that based on the kind of reception you're getting from the board, while this is incredibly nerdy, once in a while getting some of these updates around the way that you conceptualize your work, especially when it comes to project delivery and accountability, is great for us to hear and know and be able to ask questions, and for us to take the briefings beforehand. And I think just presenting this to the public, I think public trust in our agency and in all public institutions is really important. I'll just say, as someone in San Francisco, I keep getting nagged about the Van Ness BRT incident. And so I think just this accountability about program delivery is something that the general public does care a lot about, and be able to have something to point to is great. So I just want to say thank you so much. I think it's huge that we are at this point that you're able to present. And I feel a lot more secure about the future of our capital projects. With that, we will close the administration committee. I'll pass it over to President Foley.
Thank you, Director Lee. I appreciate you running an efficient committee. Thank you very much. And with that, let's turn it over to Chairperson Simon. She'll be heading up our Engineering and Operations Committee.
Great, and I want to thank everyone. I am having a little internet trouble in my building, so I may go off video again during the facilitation process. So we have 2 items in the E&O, and Tamar, I believe we briefed all of the board members, and folks have asked questions to staff. So I would actually like to take both matters A and B together. And board members, would you like presentations on both of these items? Because I actually would like to vote. These are change orders. Item A is a change order to a contract for El Cerrito del Norte modernization project. And item B is again a continuance from the June 24th board meeting, the change order to contract earthquake safety. And I realize we would have to also take public comment on these items, but I would like to move that we take these together. And I don't know if we need a second.
I'll move approval on that 2 items, but I would ask that staff at the minimum address the second item and just explain the conversations publicly that have gone on since the last meeting we had this on the agenda, since I know you explained it to all of us in our briefings. And then, of course, answer any other questions directors have.
I'll second that.
Okay, and Director Allen, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to comment. I did want to have discussion about the first item as well. I have a couple of questions.
Okay, I think that that's fair. We will take the votes together if that's okay, unless there is folks want to do it differently. I'd like to take them together. So why don't we start with item A? And Director Allen, I'm sorry. Was there another hand? We'll start with item A. Staff can do a brief presentation, and for board members, please put your raise your hands if you want discussion on either one. But I'm hoping that we can vote on both together as one vote. Staff,
okay.
item A.
Hi, this is Tamara Allen. Item A is a change out to the El Cerrito del Norte station modernization project, which is going to allow us to close that project out. Presenting today is Wahid Amiri and Paul Medved.
Good afternoon, directors. My name is Wahid Amiri, project manager of the El Cerrito del Norte station modernization project. With this EDD, staff requests authorization to execute change order 81 to the district's contract with Clark Construction. Change order 81 will compensate the contractor for various additional improvements and delays caused by added work, unforeseen site conditions, including but not limited to contaminated soils in and actually around the whole footprint of the station. Approval will enable the district to close out the contract as stated. The change order will increase the contract value by $4,864,702 and extend its completion date by 695 calendar days to April 19th, 2021. It is recommended that the board adopt the motion before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to director comments, actually, is there any public comment, District Secretary?
There is none.
Seeing none. I see one hand, and that's Director Allen. Director.
Thank you. I just had really one question. If you could explain a little bit better, a 600 and I think you said 60 something days of extension on a construction contract that really wasn't that large. I mean, it was like 37 million or something. That's a very long extension, and in particular during a time where a year and a half of it was during COVID, where we were running less service, carrying fewer riders, and I thought we were sort of able to expedite some of the contract during that time. So that's almost 2 years of extension. And I'm just wondering, how much of that was soil contamination? Were there other issues included in this $4 million?
So part of that time extension is we added improvements. The original scope of work, I'll give you an example, entailed demolition of the monolithic bus shelters out there, and we would go back with only 8 standalone. We have, as you guys know, that's a major transit hub, and we have about 18 bus bays there. So out of the 18, only 8 would have had shelter. Through the redesign, an initial time to get the redesign and establish funding sources and everything else associated to this additional improvement, we were able to bring in 18 full shelters with all the amenities, LED lights to accommodate every single bus bay we have there. Another example is ADA improvements. The district has this accessibility improvements program to the district architect's office. And given the fact that we were out there running into different site conditions, it made the most sense for the district to undertake that work as well too. So in essence, I took over a bunch of improvements that the station as a whole was deficient on ADA requirements, and I undertook that scope of work and made it work with my scope. So obviously it wasn't seamless. So that itself took a little bit of time and effort by the designers, our team, and again, going through a rigorous, robust process to make sure that the design is solid. Once we get into a redesign mode, it took time, but we improved ADA access, we improved visibility. We added additional ramps, which we did a tour with the vice president and some council members, and I think the mayor of El Cerrito, and that was one of the biggest things since she is in a wheelchair. She asked, where do we get additional ADA improvements? And I specifically, this is additional redesign, additional work improvements in and around the whole footprint. We took her on her wheelchair and showed her all of the accessibility improvements that were above and beyond the base scope of work. So she was very happy. The raised crosswalks, there's a lot of additional improvements that went into this project that, again, a lot of it was good additional improvement. There was lessons learned as far as, being able to better design and implement current modernizations and future ones that are in the pipeline.
Yeah, so I guess, the concern that I have is that we redesigned it after we started the project, seems to be what we did. And from my perspective, that really goes back to some of the project controls slides that we saw in the last presentation, that the amount of time and energy that we put into planning and design up front on a project really should save us money in the end. And so of the 4 point whatever million that we're approving in this change order, how much of that is additional cost for these additional improvements that we got, which I very much agree with. We should have been looking at ADA and bus intermodal all along before we started into this project. But how much of that 4.6 million is due to us adding those additional costs, and how much of that is just in delay days to the contractor because we held them up on the project? Because we gave them 400 and some days, I think, in extension delays.
Yeah.
So to your first comment, Director, regarding the design, I agree, and I think I undertook this construction this project under construction in 2017, or when I started with the district. So this was designed well back before all of the good stuff that the district is implementing.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So and part of that is, again, is the lessons learned.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you right now that I am also managing the upcoming Concord Station modernization project, and we have incorporated a very robust design checklist that we've provided to our consultant designers. Everything that we ran into obstacles and issues, we have corrected and made sure that, again, in projects that are currently in the design or the construction, to see how they can benefit from our lessons at El Cerrito, and also for ones that are just starting out, like as I mentioned, Concord. We're doing a lot of site visits, field verifications. One of the things that I think Carl mentioned in the previous slide was we do have 40-plus-year-old infrastructure, and unfortunately, and I would go a little bit further, and I hope I still have a job, but I wouldn't even call them as-builts. I would call them drawings, reference, and that's what, based on my experience working for the public sector, city and counties and other municipalities, in all honesty, they're not as-builts. 40 years old, there should be more reference drawings. And again, some of the learning lessons that we experienced during El Cerrito will help us throughout the modernization program, where we will identify these as reference drawings, and again, lean heavier on actually field verifications. And for Concord, I know that's part of your district, just so you know, just under 35%. With my design team personally, I've been inside of utility chases, we've been inside of the sewer systems, we've been in every single nook and cranny of that station. And also one of the lessons learned improvements to avoid issues is we've done a full LiDAR of the station. And given your construction background, I'm sure
I was going to ask that. Yeah.
I'm sure you're very familiar with LiDAR and how great it is. So we got millions of points there, again, identifying geometry, real estate conflicts, so that no matter how many phases of modernization comes in, we have micro precision documentation at the get-go to make sure that we have the real estate, we avoid conflicts, and we are going to design it to the best of our capabilities with the known facts in front of us.
Great, thank you for that. That was a question I was going to ask about the 3D technology, so thanks for throwing that out, and I look forward to talking with you about the plans for Concord.
Absolutely.
One other thing, Director Allen, so early in this contract, when I came onto this department, we made a conscious decision. We knew that we were finding unforeseen conditions, And so we can't be afraid of risk. And so, you know, we could have looked at this and stopped the project and completed a whole nother set of a design and go through a procurement process. We would not even be at a point where we are today where we can say our public is able to benefit from the station modernization. So we feel we made the right decision in terms of continuing on and adding to the contract other scopes of work that we would have had to put out under separate, smaller contracts, and thereby impacting our riders even more. Once we would have tried to open up something, then we would have another closure or another impact to our riders. So in this case, we consolidated those impacts, potential impacts to our riders, and put them into this contract while we work through all the other unforeseen conditions in our design changes.
Thank you. I really appreciate your questions and actually staff's very clear and thorough explanations. Thank you, Director Allen. Did those answers suffice, or did you have additional questions?
Yes, no, that's it. Thanks.
No, thank you. So I do see two hands up. We have another item. We are going to take these votes together. I've been asked to kind of try to move us along. So keep that in mind with your questions. We're at 12:58 and we have a presentation on the next item as well. And I know that with Director Ames and Director Rayburn, I will call on you in that order. And then we'll go, hopefully we can end discussion on item A and move to item B for a quick or a succinct presentation. And I know that Director Vice President Saltzman had a question or a clarifying comment. So Director Ames and Director Rayburn, with that in mind, I look forward to your succinct question.
Yeah,
Please.
So I appreciate, thank you, Director Simon. I appreciate the site visits, the field verification that you're, I guess, deploying for the Concord modernization project. But also this looks like scope creep, which also is a control that we could have deployed. So in order to avoid scope creep, like adding more bus stops, what are your suggestions with the Concord project?
With all due respect, I wouldn't call them scope creeps, because majority of the scope we planned, and we actually went out for funding from other, whether it was WICTAC, we went out for grants. The accessibility improvements program actually had funding that we were able to transfer in. So it was, a good effort towards finding funding and to include additional improvements. So it wasn't something that was forced hand. It was planned and then we executed. But for
can I try and
and Tamar, before we go on, I also don't want to have agenda creep and move on to discussion about the Concord project if possible. So if that's okay, Director Ames, that we could have either agendize this conversation. I know if we are going to talk about Concord, I also deeply want to respect that's Director Allen's station, and that she also be briefed ahead of the rest of the board in a presentation about the project in her district. So if that's okay.
Okay.
Sorry about the Concord reference. I scoped my creeped myself. Okay, so
the only,
it's good. Go ahead.
So if that's okay, then I want to move to Director Rayburn if you don't have additional questions. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Simon. My question's very direct. What was the contingency on this project, and is the change order covered by the contingency?
I can answer the second one. It's not covered. Contingency, we had about 10% of it, so it was base. So you got about $2 million.
And just a comment, I would like to be able to track throughout a project's life what the contingency is and when things change, so that we're able to actually be part of the process rather than at the 11th hour here. So, and this goes back to my experience with the Oakland Airport Connector, where we had regular input on what was being proposed and what funds were available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Rayburn. Any other board comments on item A? And seeing none, staff, can you briefly present on item B? And board members, if you want to raise your hand, and I will call on public comment after the presentation.
Yes, we can. As you stated in your opening remarks, Director, item B is a return from the last board meeting, and it is a change order to the earthquake safety transfer tube retrofit project, and it provides funds for continuing safety initiatives around watch people, which are required by the CPUC. It was pooled last time because we needed to have a conversation with our labor partners. We've had that conversation and we're all ready to move this item forward.
Thank you so much. Any public comment, District Secretary, on this item?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Director Saltzman, did you say you had a question or a comment on this item?
No, I had asked for just that, just what we were doing.
Okay, thank you. All right, directors, I'd like to take both of these votes together unless there is opposition to that. All right, well, seeing none, seeing no hands raised. District Secretary, can you please call the roll on item A and item B?
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Duffy?
Aye.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Yes.
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
President Foley?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Directors, I want to thank you for moving through that committee, and I want to thank you all for the questions and the discussion. I thought we did a good job. So handing back to President Foley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Simon. I truly appreciate the speed at which you moved through that committee. Thank you. And then let's turn it over to the General Manager.
Hi, President Foley, Bob Powers, BART General Manager. Just a brief, just a couple of items just to keep the board posted on. Let me start with last Sunday. So last Sunday, I attended a memorial event that honored the 9 members of the VTA family who were tragically killed in the mass shooting incident there. With me at the memorial were Rod Lee, the head of external affairs, Leo Sanchez, who is the deputy or second in charge of Capitol Corridor, and I sat next to Oscar Rodriguez, the vice president of ATU. In the audience, I know there were additional BART staff in there. 2 of them came up to me after the service there, but it was a very moving memorial. Each of the families spoke and presented a snapshot of the individual that was tragically killed, and then the family member spoke. It was a very moving memorial down there, and you know, it was well represented by BART and other transit agencies and support. We are all one, you know, when it comes to public transit throughout this great nation of ours. So I just wanted to let give the board a heads up of that event last Sunday. Moving to Tamar Allen, AGM of operations for, I guess, another week or so. So you've all been notified that Tamar's official last day is next Friday. And I've been giving it a lot of thought, working with Tamar and several other people within the executive team here. And I just wanted to give the board a heads up on 2 interim appointments that I've made. One, Shane Edwards. Everybody on this call, I believe, knows who Shane Edwards is, has been introduced to Shane one way or the other. Has been named, I have named Shane the interim assistant general manager of operations. Shane is well known to the organization. He's ready to respond to this challenge. He's respected by his peers up and down the state of California and throughout the U.S. And and he has received just great endorsements from our labor partners. So please welcome me in, helping Shane be successful, helping BART be successful. And as a sister move to that, I have named Sylvia Lamb as the interim chief maintenance officer. Maintenance and engineering officer. My notes say maintenance officer here tomorrow. We'll talk about that later. But M&E officer, I'm just playing with Tamar because I only have her for another week. Anyway, you all know Sylvia too. She said more at this last board meeting than probably anybody on her two, the RR working with Carl and others, and then just on the project control. So I just wanted to let the board know that in the next couple of months, I will direct a national search to fill these two very important roles within the agency here at BART. And I would just ask the BART board to support these two individuals and help me ensure the continuity of operations. So, and then the last point I'll make, and I'll turn it back over to you, President Foley, is on ridership. I just wanted to know on Tuesday, Pam keeps me updated on ridership all the time. And we provided some new dashboards to the board, and we'll continue to do that. But Pam rolled into my office the other day, and on Tuesday, 7/20, just a few days ago, we hit an all-time high, just under 90,000, 88,900. So ridership continues to move up the positive slope there, and we will continue to monitor that and provide you, all 9 of you, updates on where we are with ridership. So with that, President Foley, Vice President Saltzman, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment? It appears not.
We do not.
Thank you. Any board or director comments before we move to the next agenda? Yes, Director Allen.
Yes, so it's been a month since we met, so I had to actually go through 4 weeks. I attended the San Ramon State of the City address. It was great to finally be back in a room with people. And, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. This is on the GM's report.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were on board matters.
We're almost there. I appreciate you trying to move us there, so thank you. Give me a moment though. All right, any board comments regarding the GM's report? Seeing none, all right, wonderful. So we're gonna jump into board matters, but before I get to board member reports, I have the great honor of being able to present a resolution on behalf of the full board. This resolution is commending Tamar L. Allen, and so if you'll indulge me for a moment, I would like to read that to Tamar. So let me begin. Whereas Ms. Allen has commendably served the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District and the public with exceptional skill and insight for nearly 39 years. And whereas Ms. Allen has held 9 positions in her tenure, including her initial role as a BART police officer, and whereas Ms. Allen developed and implemented a strategic maintenance program as Assistant Chief Mechanical Officer and boosted engagement of employees at all levels in the organization. And whereas Ms. Allen, as Chief Mechanical Officer, helped to increase the reliability of the oldest fleet in the United States by 61% from 2005 to 2015. And whereas Ms. Allen, as Chief Maintenance and Engineering Officer, has been directly involved in some of the most important initiatives undertaken by BART in the last 20 years, including defining, planning, and implementing the Infrastructure Renewal Plan, Measure RR, which provides $3.5 billion to rebuild the backbone of BART. And whereas Ms. Allen, as Assistant General Manager of Operations, reshaped partnerships with the district labor partners, resulting in several years of uninterrupted service to our riders. And whereas Ms. Allen has been an inspiration to countless staff during her career, and she has announced her well-earned retirement from the district, effective October 31st of 2021. And now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District does hereby take public cognizance of the immeasurable contributions that Ms. Tamar L. Allen has made to the furtherance of the district's goals and wishes her a long and satisfying retirement. And be it further resolved that a suitably engrossed copy of this resolution be tendered to Ms. Allen as a token of the high esteem in which she is held by the members of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board of Directors, and that is adopted hopefully in a few moments today on July 22nd, 2021. So with that, I will say, Tamar, you have been an inspiration. You have made me a better director. I will honestly miss all of our check-ins, and your ability to simply communicate items to us in a more direct way than others can, and to be honest and forthcoming is a wonderful trait, and I love you for it. Thank you for everything you've done for us at BART. And with that, I'll turn it over to Vice President Saltzman. Oh, please, yes. We can't hear the standing ovation. You're all muted right now, but
It's there though.
yeah, it's there. It's virtual, exactly. So with that, let me turn it over to the Vice President.
It is so sad that we're not celebrating tomorrow in person, because I know it would be a big celebration. I learned from the resolution that Tamar started at BART the year I was born. So you've been at BART my entire life. So clearly have had a big impact here in the time I've been on the BART board, the almost 9 years. So many of the major things that BART has accomplished, you've had a direct major role in them. I don't know where we would be without Measure RR, and I don't know where we would be without your leadership on really changing course with labor relations. When I got to the board, we had probably some of the worst labor relations of any transit agency, and now I think we have some of the best, and that is so important. And I know a lot of people were involved in that, but you were really key to doing that. And as President Foley said, I will miss all of our check-ins. You always tell us the straight story. You answer our questions, even if to you they might seem like pretty basic questions because of your level of understanding, and you're willing to break everything down and take the time to make sure we understand and are comfortable with the decisions as we move forward. So they're big shoes to fill here. I'm excited about the interim staff who've been appointed and working with them, but you will be so missed tomorrow. It's hard to imagine this agency without you. So thank you for serving BART and working for the Bay Area for so long.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Yeah, so I don't have enough words, or maybe the right words, to say how invaluable you, Tamar, have been to BART. Given Director Saltzman and Vice President Saltzman comments, you've been at BART longer than I've been alive, which is another, I think, accomplishment. And while we as board directors get a lot of credit for getting things done, truly the real work is often thanks to you, Tamar. So thank you for making us look good. I remember when I started, which was not very long ago, I remember everyone told me that you're going to be a total hard ass about things, and that, you know, you're going to tell it to us straight, and like, don't mess around with Tamar too much. And, you know, you're relatively new in the AGM role. But what I've seen in my, 2.5 years being on the board has been just so much trust and so much relationships that you've built within the district that has led us to really not only be leading the way in the Bay Area when it comes to transit recovery, when it comes to safety, when it comes to trying to keep these ancient cars, our ancient fleet running. We're not only Bay Area leaders, but we truly are national leaders, and we are part of that conversation. It's a lot thanks to you. And I just want to point out, you know, you're leaving with a lot of great folks coming up, and I would credit you and, you know, the leadership at BART for that. And you're also leaving after 1.5 years of the most devastating situation we could have ever found ourselves in. I can't imagine how many hours you've spent away from your dogs, your family during this time. I imagine you and the rest of the management and leadership team were basically sleeping at the offices. And I can't thank you enough for that work. I know it's not often seen by riders, it's not often seen by the angry people writing things on us, about us on Twitter or whatever the media says, but that is the true work of what it means to be running, as Leah Dupree would say, the people system. So thank you so much, Tamar. We are going to miss you a lot.
Thank you, Director Lee. After we finish with board comments, I'm going to turn the mic over to you, Tamar, to have an opportunity to say whatever you've been holding in for 39 years. So with that, let me go to, let's see, Director Ames, then Rayburn. No, I'm sorry, Director Ames, then Dufty, then Rayburn, then Allen.
Well, I'm glad I'm going before Tamar, that's for sure. Can't wait to hear it. So Tamar, yeah, your resume, I mean, that whole resolution describes who you are, like boots on the ground to executive. And I felt that with you on a daily basis. I could call you, text you. I got immediate response. I'd send you pictures of like a dirty car to stained concrete, and you never complain. You're like, we're on it. We're going to get it. We're going to fix it. And then also just to the complex project. So you really are a one of a kind. I really haven't met anyone at your executive level that actually just really is hands-on. So, and then your frankness and honestness is really, it doesn't happen very often, and it's really refreshing. So we're going to miss you, and I hope that you can, I hope I can still call you. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Director Dufty.
Thank you. I know what I'm about to say is going to make my remarks the best. Tamar, I'm older than you. So besides that, I just want to offer some brief points, which is that I have loved working with you. I take tremendous pride in who you are and what you've achieved, and you are a real role model, I think, for this agency. Anyone from any background in any direction can look at how you've conducted yourself and see someone to aspire to those qualities. I'm going to give John Orantes a bad time, which means he's probably going to chase me down. But John wasn't exactly thrilled when you became AGM of operations. I don't think that's a shocker to you. I think you had some idea, but I do want to say that the partnership that you and Bob Powers and others in this organization have established with our labor partners is a big part of the success. And Jesse and Sal and John, I know have really, really appreciated working with you. And I'm so glad that you've had the opportunity to be at AGM to do the job in your own vision and in your own way. And I think all of us have been so lucky to have that experience. So I look forward to seeing you down the road. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Foley. I'll be very brief. Tamar, you have been a groundbreaker. You will always be loved in my heart. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Director Allen.
Tamar, I am really going to miss you, and I was very sad to hear of your retirement. The one-on-ones that we've had for several years since you became the AGM, and even before, were really taught me BART. And I want to thank you in particular for leading the way on Fair Gates and for the innovation on the Fair Gates and for letting those young people create and innovate. And I think that serves us all really well. You're smart, you're tough, you're bold, you're passionate, and you have been to BART and to the Bay Area and probably to the national transit industry and even international, the leader that everyone aspires to be. And I started to say that all women aspire to be, but really you are the leader everyone aspires to be. So I wish you well in your retirement, and I hope you'll come around and say hi every once in a while. I don't know if you're leaving the area or not, but I really do wish you the rest of your life of happiness. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McPartlin.
Tamar, I think we've been together longer than any of these other directors and probably everybody else, except maybe for Jackie. I have to end up saying that I think back to when we were first co-workers and we only knew one another casually. And then once I became a director and started dealing with you on a regular basis, there's one thing that you were always renowned for, and that is delivering, being able to get the job done. And as we were talking earlier in the year, and I think it was January, it could have been December, but probably January, I took a moment, if you'll recall, and I ended up simply asking the question, Tamar, do you remember when you first got your job back as a police officer and you were on patrol? Did you ever think you would be where you are now? And I had never seen you smile that wide or have that much of a sparkle in your eye. When you leave here, you're going down to Puerto Vallarta. And when you get down there, what day are you going to go down?
Winter.
Pardon me, Wednesday?
Winter.
Oh, winter. Okay. Well, I'm not going to wait that long because I'm going to end up having a margarita in your honor the day that you leave. And I hope that when you get down there, every morning you wake up and you feel that heat and that sun in your face, and you get that big grin on your face again and that sparkle in your eye. I want you to think about the last thing that you should be thinking about is us. And you should be thinking about how you have earned this next phase of your life. Congratulations. We're all going to miss your productivity, your tenaciousness, your efficiency, and your organizational skills. And I just hope that somebody behind you has been paying attention and watching you and learning from you so that they can end up trying to fill your shoes. It'll take a while for them to fit, but congratulations and Godspeed. Thank you.
Director Simon.
Just what an honor to be able to be in a conversation where we're acknowledging someone so brilliant and amazing. Tamar, you, I don't know if you're replaceable. For everything from me calling you at random times because a constituent has graffiti close by, and it may be BART property, it may not be, to me really deeply understanding the railroad and you giving me so much information about how it works and acknowledging folks consistently. I feel like every inch of this system, you know, with the depths of your soul, and you've been such a great mentor to me. In some very difficult times. And last year we got a lot closer as I was president, and I was and continue to be in complete awe of just your dedication to this space. Not only are you extremely professional, but you operate with so much love and clear value. And I think you've definitely earned your retirement, but I know that this board and your team and your colleagues are going to miss you so much, but again, well-deserved. And yeah, it's going to be tough without you, but you've laid an amazing groundwork, and I think you've created a bench of an amazing team who will be ready to step in as you transition out. Thank you, Tamar.
Thank you. Directors Dufty and Allen, I see your hands are up. Did you have anything before I turn the mic over to Tamar? Tamar, it is your show. Nope. We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I wrote a couple notes so that I wouldn't wander all over the place and talk too long. So I hope you don't take offense that I'm referring to them. but I'm truly honored to have had the opportunity to serve nearly 4 decades with a tremendously talented, smart, hardworking, and dedicated team. I will always remember the experiences that I've had with the wonderful frontline men and women who maintain BART vehicles and infrastructure, operate trains, and assist customers and stations, and all of the countless others who support them in their efforts. I'm so proud of the engineering and maintenance teams who are delivering the fleet of the future and the infrastructure renewal programs. It has been a privilege to work with a management and executive team that is committed to the communities we serve, our customers, and our employees. BART is strong, and I have complete confidence in this leadership team to meet the challenges of the future. Our workforce will continue to position BART as an essential part of the fabric of the Bay Area, serving as the region's backbone of transportation and mobility. I thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great run. I personally have grown and benefited from my experience here, and it's also been very good to my family, so thank you.
Once again, congratulations. If BART had a Hall of Fame, you would be a member of that 21 class. All right. Thank you, Tamar. So with that, let us move on to our board reports, and I will start with Director Allen, if I could.
Okay, and I will finish. I apologize for going out of order there. San Ramon State of the City event. It's great to be in a room with people again, and I look forward to many of these city and county departments, agencies, organizations returning people into the live room in a safe manner. I had the pleasure of a really great meeting with Tamika Greenwood, and I want to say how pleased I am that she's joined the government affairs team, and I look forward to more work with her. And then last night was our Contra Costa Transportation Authority meeting, and I am always amazed, and I was even further amazed last night at the innovation and the creativity that we are seeing coming out of Contra Costa County in transportation. Some of the things that they presented are just that they are really going after and researching new innovative ways of managing traffic flows and getting people into public transportation. It's exciting stuff. So thank you.
Thank you.
President Foley?
Yes.
I know you got all excited, but we need to adopt tomorrow's resolution. So can someone make the motion?
Move approval.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Lee?
We just don't want you to leave tomorrow. Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Gladly, yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
President Foley?
Enthusiastically, aye.
Thank you. It passes unanimously. Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, let me turn it over to Vice President Saltzman.
Thank you. Lots of meetings for BART over the past month, but the one thing I wanted to mention is that I, at the inspiration of several of you who reported you toward the BART lab last month, I went on a tour of it just a couple days ago. It's really amazing the work they're doing. They are creating new things. They are innovating. They are saving a tremendous amount of staff time and money by predicting problems before they happen and then being able to get word out to fix them. It's just phenomenal. So if any of you haven't been down there yet, take the time to go down. I promise you it will be well worth your time. So that's my one report, and I do have an RCI to introduce. And it's on a pretty important issue, which is, and I have a little intro, and then I'll tell you when I get to the actual language. Unfortunately, COVID-19 cases have been rising very, very quickly throughout the Bay Area, California, the country. And we're at a point where we could get back to just how bad it was, early this year, late last year. And we need to take action to ensure that we don't get to that point. And in particular, as the BART board, we need to make sure we protect our employees and our riders, and that we ensure the continued operation of this system. So I know something that keeps me worried is that we're about to greatly increase BART service, and that will take a lot more employees to run. And I just keep fearing that all of a sudden we're going to have a bunch of BART employees test positive for COVID. Now, a lot of BART employees are vaccinated, so it might mean that 30 people test positive, but very few of them actually have symptoms or have minor symptoms, but they still have to quarantine. So that really does endanger BART service. So given that, there's some news today, and here's where my RCI begins. Today, the health officers of 3 of the 5 counties BART operates in, Contra Costa, Santa Clara, and San Francisco, urged all employers to require employee COVID-19 vaccination. So this is new guidance. Given this new guidance by health officers that have saved a tremendous number of lives throughout this pandemic, this RCI calls on management and unions to meet immediately to discuss this and develop a plan to protect the health of BART employees and the continued steady operation of BART. So that is the RCI. I did not make this language stronger because this literally came out during our meeting, and I obviously didn't have a chance to have conversations with our labor partners. I did text with Bob and Michael and with President Foley, and I know that our deputy general manager reached out to our labor partners just so they knew this was coming. But I do think it's important that we take as strong of an action as we can to ensure vaccination and to protect our employees and the Bay Area. So that is my RCI.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Properly moved and seconded. Madam Secretary, if you'll make note of that, I would appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Next I have up is Director Lee, then Director Rayburn.
Great. 2 things. Yeah, a lot of things are happening and returning to in real life, which is great. With that, I had a chance to tour BART HQ right before it opened the first week of July. I just want to say it looks great. It's great to see you all there. And I am just really impressed by particularly Travis and the entire tech team and certainly the district secretary of just getting the building ready and getting it going. Oh, hey, he's right there. Thank you, Travis. So great work. It looks amazing. I had to do a little bit of work from the new BART HQ, and had a chance to just sit on the 3rd floor with some others and ask some employees how they like it, and it just is overwhelmingly positive. And so many props to BART staff. Obviously, the move-in will sort of be monitoring how it's going, but thank you. The second thing I want to note is, if you recall, we as a board, thank you so much, unanimously passed a resolution condemning the violence against Asian American and Pacific Islanders. Since then, I've continued to have a lot of conversations with different folks, especially different transit leaders, on this topic. And I thought it would be a good time to give an update to you all as part of Director Reports. First, I've been talking to Sharon Lai, who is the SFMTA board director, and she's the only API member on the SFMTA board, which obviously oversees Muni, as well as Tilly Chang, who's the executive director of the SF County Transportation Authority, about what we can do. And General Manager Powers, I know Tilly Chang had actually reached out to you as well as the head of Muni to have those conversations. At yesterday's SFMTA board Tuesday's SFMTA board meeting, they actually received an update around transit safety and security. So I would really like to find ways that we can all come together and find ways that at least BART and Muni, as the 2 large transit agencies in the Bay Area, can move forward united with some initiatives and do some information sharing. I know that Tilly in particular was really impressed by our Not One More Girl campaign and how we can, expand that bystander intervention video and the training and that sort of level of visibility even further. So there's that set of conversations. I've also been talking to a lot of different Asian American leaders, particularly in San Francisco, and the Coalition of Community Safety and Justice members just reached out to me. This is a coalition of a lot of groups that serve API communities, including Chinese Progressive Association, Chinese for Affirmative Action, Community Youth Center, Chinatown CDC, New Breath Foundation, and more. And they would like to discuss what BART can do to really up its commitment and make sure that Asian American and Pacific Islander members of our employees, our ridership, etc., their safety is really addressed, especially when you're seeing more and more visible, visceral, and just awful attacks and violence and racism against the API community right now. So I hope to share more, but I want to make that work visible. And I take this work really seriously, acknowledging that I'm the only API member of this board and that this board has not historically had an API presence on it. So if you're interested, please back channel with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Rayburn, then Director Simon.
Thank you, President Foley. On June 29th, I had the pleasure of attending the Oakland Chamber of Commerce annual meeting featuring our newest senator in Washington, D.C., Senator Alex Padilla. It was very exciting to hear his comments in his new role. I have complete trust here. I also attended the Capitol Quarter special board meeting the following day. That's all.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. And I will be brief. Oh, Director Ames, go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't raise my hand. Okay. I did several meetings, but the one that I want to highlight was looks like July 13th, the Fremont City Council looked at this regional rail transit plan with rail, BART, Dumbarton Express. And this study is really coined the Southern Alameda County Integrated Rail Study. And it's supposed to show like this East Bay hub that's in accordance with the state rail plan. And the consultants focused on the Shin connection, which is between Union City and Fremont. They did apparently 9 concepts. And I'd like BART staff to circle back with me on this and maybe the board, because there was no discussion of Union City being the East Bay Rail Hub. It focused primarily on the Shin connection and then on the Ardenwood connection for Capitol Corridor. But again, we need to look at ACE and Capitol Corridor synchronized together, I think, and that would be potentially Union City BART. And I think that could be a hub that would be assessed in the feasibility study that they're trying to finalize. And again, the Measure BB supported some funding, I believe, at $75 million to create a station at Union City. So I guess I'd like to get an update from the staff, and maybe it can come before the board. But other than that, the study's going forward, and it looks like it's going to be concluded at the end of this year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. I just have a couple of quick items here. The first was I had the opportunity to provide a BART update to the Oakley City Council, just to kind of give them a check-in on where we are on our recovery. I too had the opportunity to visit the BART lab. It is phenomenal. If you have not yet gone and taken a tour, the things that they are working on and what they've accomplished is pretty great. So certainly a geek's paradise if you go there to learn about all the technology. And I also just want to say thank you and shout out to Jim Allison and Chris Filippi. They helped support me with a couple of interviews that I had over the last few weeks, and they did a great job. So gentlemen, thank you for all of your support. And then lastly, I have an in memoriam that I'd like to mention to folks. If you weren't aware, we at BART lost an important member of our family with the recent passing of Mr. Rodrigo Beltran, a storekeeper in the procurement department. Rodrigo enjoyed a 24-year career at BART in Richmond and Hayward. He was admired for his willingness to help others and his friendly demeanor. Rodrigo leaves behind his wife, Patty, and their two children, Roddy and Victoria. Rodrigo, you will be missed by your family, your coworkers, and all those whose lives you touched. And I ask that you keep Rodrigo's family in your thoughts and your prayers. And with that, let us turn to our closed session. The board will now enter closed session as listed on today's agenda. Is there any public comment? Looks like we have none, Madam Secretary.
Excuse me?
Then, do we have any public comment before?
We do
entering the session? Thank you. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and adjourn until we move to closed session. It's currently 11:42, say 10 minutes. We can get into closed session if that's all right with folks. All right, let's get in there. I'm sorry, it's 1:42. How about 1:52? We'll meet in closed session. Thank you.
Yeah, we can. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are we back on the official record?
We are on the official record.
Thank you very much. So I wish to thank everyone for their patience for the board closed session. The board has concluded its closed session, and there is no announcement to be made. This meeting of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District is now adjourned. Thank you and be safe.